Oh, right. Okay, so good evening. Lot to digest. Since the last live stream. A lot has happened in recent days. Obviously, it would be amiss of me not to start the live stream by discussing the sad, tragic passing of Johnny Goudreau and Matthew Goudreau earlier this week up in New Jersey. Reports are suggesting they were struck by a drunk driver who ploughed into them while they were cycling Thursday evening New Jersey time, so early hours Friday morning UK time. And it has stunned the North American sporting world. And there was a lot of inaccurate rumours and some really shocking reporting over Thursday evening into Friday morning. And I already did my video on my thoughts on the mainstream sports media. My views are hardened in that regard. Not a big fan of the mainstream sports media. So, good evening, Jordan. You will notice that there is a dollar symbol now available. We are allowed super chats now, so you can donate money at any point during the live stream. Feel free to do so. And let me just get that all sorted out. So you can feel free at any point to donate any money. So let's quickly go through today's Premier League results. West Ham, Man City's not long kicked off. Arsenal, Brighton was a 1-1 draw. Brentford beat Southampton 3-1. Everton blew a 2-goal lead with Bournemouth scoring 3 goals in added time right at the end of the game. So Everton winless starts the season. Sean Dyche is under a lot of pressure in the dugout at Everton. But they have no money. So Everton are in serious trouble. Ipswich get a good draw against Fulham. Leicester losing 2-1 to Aston Villa. Villa are, I think, a slow burner. I think Aston Villa team to watch. And Forest Wolves was a 1-1. The NRL scores from today. The Sharks lost a thriller against the Warriors, 28 points to 30. They were running the show at half-time. The Warriors blitzed them in the second half. Sean Johnson, a winner in his final ever NRL game, and he creates the final try as well. I suggest you guys actually watch that game. The Dolphins battered the Broncos 40 points to 6. And the Eels win a thriller against the Dragons 44 points to 40, although they nearly blew that lead and the Dragons nearly came from behind to win that game. Although the Dragons now slip outside the top 8, the Dolphins now back inside the top 8 with a positive points differential. The Broncos season is unravelling yet again. Earlier results over the weekend, the Cowboys beat the Storm 38 points to 30. The Bulldogs winning streak comes to an end. They lost 22 points to 34 against the Sea Eagles. The Sea Eagles have now strengthened their position in the top 8. And the Panthers 34 points to 12 over the Bunnies. And we can discuss what's going on with the Bunnies and Latrell Mitchell later on. The Knights, Titans and Roosters, Raiders games are tomorrow. So the Knights and Raiders both need to win to keep their finals hopes alive. That will be very, very interesting. And the Raiders-Roosters is a bit of a rivalry going back to the grand final in 2019. So I've covered some of the sporting results of note so far. I will refer back to my notepad later on. Yeah, I mean, I think Everton are in serious trouble, but they've got no money. Sean Dyche has made reference of that in pre- and post-match press conferences. Fans showed their displeasure after their last defeat, and they were going to Euston Station following their last game, and they were more than just heckled on the way to board their train back up to Liverpool from Euston. I think they could go down, yes. I think they've delayed the inevitable for the last couple of seasons. I feel sorry for Sean Dyche. He's got no money to spend to strengthen the squads. They're underperforming massively, and make of that what you will. I find it very interesting that Brentford win 3-1 the day they sell Ivan Toney to the Saudi League for 40 million. Ivan Toney, I think, very interesting move, that one. I'm not sure if that's going to work for Ivan Toney. I know, obviously, he spent most of last season suspended because of the betting scandal he was involved in, his suspension. I wouldn't be surprised if many European clubs were a little bit cautious about signing him due to the suspension he was going through last season. Well, thank you for the congratulations on the milestone. I think it happened a lot quicker than anticipated. The last couple of months, the channel has grown massively. A lot of new subscribers. We've now passed 1,350 subs the other day. a lot of subscribers from down under in Australia and New Zealand, and so yes, don't fear not, Kiwi and Aussie fans. There will be plenty more NRL content to come, and I might start doing some more AFL content as well in the coming months. Am I a snooker fan? I used to be. I used to play it. I used to be a member of a snooker club back in the day, many years ago in my late teens, early 20s. I don't watch snooker nearly as much now as what I used to. And snooker is a sport that has been beset by its own scandals involving a whole host of players involved in match fixing and spot fixing and taking bribes. High profile players, lesser known players. I've done a fair few snooker videos throughout the channel's history. I don't watch it really much anymore. I've fallen out of love with snooker over the years. There's so much scandal surrounding the sport. It's kind of like one of those off-putting kind of things when you see all this scandal all the time. What do I make of the transfer window? This Sterling to Arsenal, Tony to Saudi, Stansfield to Birmingham. The Ivan Toney one for me is the surprise, really. Leaving the Premier League for the Saudi League for the money he's gone for. I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of, they were offering him to other clubs, and other clubs were quite wary of signing him because of the suspension he had just come back from, the betting breaches. I find it surprising where he's at in his career and how he's developed as a player in recent seasons. And the fact he's now, just broken into the England side, was partly responsible for getting England to that recent final. I find that a bit surprising. Sterling to Arsenal is an interesting one. It didn't work at Chelsea. Let's be honest, it didn't work. Chelsea, look at their transfer policy, but it didn't work at Chelsea. He didn't fit the system at all. We'll see how he does at Arsenal. We'll see how Arteta, fits him in to their plans. Although, obviously, Arteta being an assistant at Man City when Sterling was there, I think there would be a good working relationship between the manager and the player. We may see a Sterling improve a little bit and actually do better than what he's been doing. The fact that Birmingham spent 12 million on a player and they're in League One is a bit ridiculous. Birmingham, I'm not sure that's we'll see how that pays out for Birmingham. Disappointing season last season, getting relegated and where they ended up. But the owners have got money. But much like Chelsea, you can have money. It's about spending it wisely. Arsenal, do I see them winning the league? At some point, yes. I think it's a matter of time with Arsenal. They definitely play a brand of football that is definitely, they've massively improved under Arteta. Let's not kid ourselves. They're a much better side now than when he took them over. Potentially they could, yes. I think the relationship between him and Brentford had clearly soured. I think they were very, very angry at him and disappointed with the suspension that he received for the betting breaches. He's not the first player to have these offences against his name. There are plenty of players currently suspended for breaching betting rules in football, but not just football, but a lot of sports. We've seen it across the sports in North America as well. We've seen it in snooker. But I think Brentford wanted rid of him, and that they win their first game since he's left 3-1. So it's not as if they're lacking goals at the moment. But I do find it a strange decision at his point in his career where he's at. Look, some of the players who've gone over there have gone there and not got paid. So we'll see how it pans out and how long he stays in Saudi. But the Saudi League reminds me of the Chinese Super League we had about a decade ago. And we've been told this is going to be a rival to the European leagues and we're going to sign these top players and it's going to improve the quality of domestic football in China. No, it didn't. It was all fixed. There was a lot of corruption. A lot of players went over there and very quickly realised, hang on, there's something not right here. And a lot of them decided to come back to Europe and South America going with their tails between their legs. So I can see the Saudi League going the same way. The players are being offered ridiculous money. Ridiculous money. So we'll see what what happens with the Saudi league, and some of the players going there are average players for big money. So whether that distorts spending in the European leagues, but the European leagues are also under a lot of pressure right now with UEFA bringing in tighter spending rules and the domestic leagues having to enforce those rules by various means. We're going to see clubs spend less in the transfer window in regards to record transfers, although Chelsea, doing what they're doing, and we are going to see, contracts and wages, I think, plateau a little bit. I do think there's going to be some interesting consequences of the new spending rules that UEFA are imposing. And it will be interesting to see where players end up. I would not be surprised if the MLS continues to pick up decent quality talent who've still got a couple of good seasons left in them, and some younger players maybe wanting a payday and some first team game time end up going over to the MLS. Well, I don't know whether Lee Carsley didn't see him as part of his plans, and whether how he would have fitted in to the Lee Carsley England that's different to Gareth Southgate's England. Maybe those discussions also were had, but it's going to be interesting. I think we don't know what Lee Carsley's style of play is going to be, and how the team are going to play under Lee Carsley in the next couple of months. We know Lee Carsley's obviously in there as interim manager only, and we know there's going to be another appointment or a review of Lee Carsley's performance over the next 6 to 12 months. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But obviously the fallout of the Euros and how England stuttered to the final, and how certain players didn't perform very well, and the post-mortem, post-championship, it's going to be interesting. As I say, I've got my England top on. It's going to be interesting, as I say, to see what the post-mortem is, and some players I think have played their last game for England, and there was a lot of criticism at the time of selections and tactics and style of play, and did Southgate stay on a tournament or two too long? In hindsight, potentially. But I was saying back in 2017, I had some concerns about the style of play we were going to play, and some of the formations and tactics and philosophy that we had, the identity that the team was going to have. I remember the first England game that I reviewed that Southgate was manager on the channel was in 2017, and it was a game against Lithuania, I believe. And it was a drab, uninspiring 1-0 win away from home. That video is up on the channel, and people can watch that at their leisure. That was many, many years ago, of course. But again, Lee Carsley we'll have to see how his first formation looks like, his team selection. And of course, a lot can happen between now and the international break, when Lee Carsley coaches his first competitive match. In saying that, Carsley might go with more younger players because of his time as the under-21s manager. He might go with, as I say, some younger players, and he might make some tough decisions in regards to some of the senior players that did underperform at the Euros and underperformed at previous tournaments. I think Harry Kane's days as England captain, I think, potentially numbered, and I think he's not as certain for selection in England squads. I think that's just my personal opinion on that. I don't think he's a certified straight in the squad player anymore. The last couple of tournaments, he's massively underperformed, and hasn't played well. And I don't think he was the right guy to be captain in the first place. And that was a Southgate error. That was an error that Southgate made when he decided to go with Henderson as vice captain and Kane as captain. I think that was an error made back in 2017, 2018, when Southgate was trying to figure out who his leadership core in the squad was going to be. And he stuck with Kane, after that decision. And now, obviously, Harry Kane is still playing in the top league in Europe, whereas Henderson went to Saudi and then ended up in the Dutch league and didn't really set that on fire. In saying that, the as I say, it's going to be interesting. I mean, some of the promoted sides like Ipswich and Leicester, you might find some younger English players who might have an outstanding first season in the Premier League. And again, a lot can happen with form and with how players are playing and diamonds in the rough and things like that. And I say this about every sport, you're going to have those younger players who are breaking through into first team squads who you get run outs and some game time who then can become first team regulars at their club side who get attention for the national side. But it all depends on how Lee Carsley decides to set up, the philosophy he has going forward. Is he going to be more attacking, more defensive? Is he going to be more pragmatic, more flexible in his tactics? What formations is he going to have? And how is he going to balance the midfield, the left-hand side, the right-hand side? And there's going to be a lot of player turnover. I think the first Lee Carsley squad is going to look potentially quite different from the last Gareth Southgate squad. But that's my personal opinion. We'll have to see how it all plays out, and how the team transitions from Southgate to Carsley. But that's just me. It's subjective. I know when Southgate resigned and they went through the process of appointing a successor, there were some other managers who could have potentially had the job or interviewed. And we know that Guardiola, his contract at Man City is up at the end of the season. And we know Man City have got these off-field issues that the clock is ticking and their hearing is in a couple of weeks. So we'll see what happens with Man City. That might have a bearing on Guardiola and whether he stays at City to fulfill his contract or whether he leaves early. And he has dropped hints he wants international management, and the FA there's been a lot of leaks and rumours circulating about potentially Guardiola being the permanent fixture in the England job in about 12 months' time. But again, that's a lot of hearsay, a lot of speculation, and until there's concrete, proof given and statements given by various parties, it's speculation. And speculation, as I hate with the media, is just there for clicks and clickbait. And I'm not a massive fan of how the mainstream sports media acts at times. I'm really not. And I go back to what I mentioned at the beginning of the live stream with the tragic passings of the Goudreau brothers, the ice hockey players, on Thursday, and some of the speculative and dodgy reporting surrounding their tragic passing in New Jersey. Social media got onto the rumour mill, and I do think some people are going to lose their jobs in the police and the medical examiner's office, because there were leaks coming out that shouldn't have come out. Villa! Villa are a dark horse for trophies this season. It could be a cup trophy, it could be the league, it could be the Champions League. They are a dark horse. I think Unai Emery is definitely building something there. The ownership is now stable, which Villa haven't had for a long time until recent times. There's now stable ownership. Again, they're starting to bring players through their system, which they hadn't been doing for a while. So they're building a squad of homegrown talent from the West Midlands, plus bringing in the right players to slot into the squad. And they shouldn't be underestimated. They had a very good season last season. Can they back it up with another good season? Or will it be a bit like Newcastle, where they have that good season and they fall away a little bit? But no, Villa shouldn't be underestimated. And you look at their history within the game. Very, very historical club, very successful club historically. It's been a long time since Villa have won a trophy, but a very historical club. And I've done all the club histories and all the English clubs for the most part. There's a handful I've got to do videos on. I've done most of the Scottish clubs as well. And I've got a week off work, so I might actually do some more football club history videos in between various sports stories that are coming out. Might want to look back at doing some more club history videos across Europe. I've got a few more in Scotland that I want to do, and a lot across Europe that I want to do. But yeah, all the club history videos are up on the channel. Some have actually got really good view counts, others not so much, but I've had a really good feedback from them, some really good comments on the club histories, good engagement, and a lot of subscribers have come to the channel because of the club history videos that I've been doing over the years. And they're great fun to do. I really enjoy doing them. I enjoy Oh, I've got a tuft of hair up here. It's really annoying. I really enjoy doing the club history videos. It's fun to do the research. It's fun to, be a bit of a bookworm and go through all the history. It is fun. My channel is fantastic. Keep it up. Well, I wasn't expecting to get to the back onto the partnership program with YouTube as quickly as we have. I started the application process to remonetize middle of the week, and when I was going through it all, it was saying it could take up to a month and a half for the whole process. It took 3 days. So in that regard, it's been fun and unexpected. I was not expecting the channel to be where it is at right now. I was expecting more the end of the year, like November, December, potentially the new year, to get monetization. But the goal is to get ad revenue coming in and take that next step and get the view hours up. But the view hours are still climbing ridiculously, and the growth on the channel has been fantastic. I can look at some snooker player profiles and look at some snooker players. As I say, I don't watch nearly as much snooker as I used to. I haven't watched a snooker tournament for a very, very long time, but I can always do player profiles and key moments in the sport's history. And I can do a history video on the history of snooker, going back to how the sport came to be, and how it was invented and how it evolved into what we have now. And I can definitely do some player profiles on former players who've won and had success. We've seen some we've seen some pretty fantastic snooker players over the years. In general, are you pro Saudi Arabia and their presence in the sports world? Look, I've got nothing against any nation wanting to improve, their sporting infrastructure and anything like that. It's how they're going about it, and you've got to look at the government involvement in a negative sense. Sport and politics is becoming quite a blurred set of lines, if I can say so. And I try and keep politics off the channel as much as possible, if I can. But it's becoming more and more difficult, to do so. Simply because you've got state-sponsored, you've got state-owned teams, basically, where government, state-owned companies are basically buying professional sports teams. And obviously, there is the political dimension and the human rights aspect of things, and we saw that with the Qatari World Cup, with the football. If you go back far enough, you can look at South Africa when it was white minority rule with apartheid, and the sporting ban there, and how in the 70s, when the All Blacks toured South Africa, a lot of nations actually boycotted the 76 Montreal Olympics, which is a video I did recently looking at the Montreal Olympics, and there was that multi-nation boycott because of New Zealand, the All Blacks touring South Africa to play the Springboks in the 70s. And there was the Rebel Cricket Tour with Mike Gatting and co, which created a lot of headlines, and then South Africa were banned from international sporting competition for many years, and then in the 90s apartheid ends, and then we have the Africa Cup of Nations, the Rugby World Cup, and as we say, that the rest is history. Am I a cricket fan? Yes, but I'm not happy with the direction cricket's taking. I'm not happy with the direction cricket's been taking for a long time. A lot of that's due to the TV rights and the accessibility of the sport. And unfortunately, with that lack of accessibility, and you put it behind a paywall, suddenly you have this stereotype that it's an elitist sport, when actually a lot of great cricketers who've played the game, not just here in the UK, but across the world, come from very, very, very humble backgrounds and some very working class communities. I mean, Jimmy Anderson, the greatest fast bowler of all time, recently retired. He's from Burnley, which is probably the most working class town you could think of, with a very high unemployment rate and high deprivation. He's from Burnley. I don't mind the IPL. I don't mind T20, as long as it's accessible and not behind a paywall. Now, the IPL used to be on free-to-air TV in this country, and I used to watch it religiously. I actually do enjoy the shorter formats of the game. You don't need the 100. Just putting it out there, you don't need the 100. The 100 is a concept that was coughed up by the ECB. I'm going to use that term, coughed up, because people were disengaging from the sport. People were disengaging from cricket over a long period of time because of the TV rights. If you look at the 2019 World Cup final, domestically here in the UK, they put the final on Channel 4, and there's a reason for that, because England were in the final. If England don't make the final against New Zealand, it's not on free-to-air TV. Peak viewership in the final was about 19 million or 15 million, somewhere in that range, depending on who watched online and who watched on Sky. Peak viewership of the third test, the 2005 Ashes, was 23, 24 million. So already you've lost a significant portion of casual fans, and maybe even hardcore fans, have switched off from the sport in that period of time, in a 14-year period. Now, obviously, we're 5 years further down the line, and viewership hasn't picked back up. Well, at the end of India-Pakistan rivalry, intriguing. Yeah, well, there's a lot of political dimension to it. You've got to go back to the partition of British India after World War II, and Pakistan used to be East and West Pakistan. So Bangladesh used to be part of Pakistan. The Indian government supported the Bangladeshi independence movement in the 70s, which fueled the rivalry a little bit more. Of course, you've got the disputed area of the Punjab and the Kashmir, which both sides, and even China, claim a bit of that. So there's a disputed border in the north, and then there's the political history of the Indian government backing the Bangladeshi former East Pakistan, what is now known as Bangladeshi independence movement in the 70s, that led to a very brief and violent conflict that led to Bangladeshi independence. And there's a lot of community division there, and it is quite a difficult topic to cover on a sporting sense. It's like England, Germany, or the US and the Russians, for an example, or Australia and New Zealand, South Africa and the All Blacks, the Springboks and the All Blacks. You have a rivalry where you've got two pretty evenly matched nations in cricket and field hockey. That's the two sports they are world class at, and it is a very, very heated rivalry. Any sporting rivalry, be it at club level or international level, there's always going to be that one game that really sparks the rivalry, where there's been an incident or something. But in India and Pakistan's case, it's also a lot of politics, religions in there, because most Pakistanis are Muslim, most Indians are Hindu, so there's community tensions, and it does boil over. There's security concerns. They were until 1948, and then they were divided. There was There was a lot of the partition of India, it's known as, and it's a very interesting period of history, post World War II, in the decolonization period, where all the Western powers, the colonies, become independent. So Indonesia was Dutch, for example. Angola is Portuguese, for example. Libya was Italian, for example. So all these countries around the world that are now independent today were European colonies, and some bad things happened during colonialism. It's a good way to look at it. And on a sporting standpoint, it spills over. It's quite interesting. I haven't read too much of the history of West Indian cricket, but some of the West Indian cricketers they were the team for about 25 years. They didn't lose a test series or something ridiculous. They dominated test cricket from like the late 60s to the early 90s. It was ridiculous, the West Indian side. you had some good batsmen and you had some terrifying bowlers who would take your head off. And some of the greatest players of all time have played for the West Indies. I mean, even when I was a kid, you still had the tail end of that dominant West Indian era, and those players. Yeah, I remember watching a young Brian Lara play, a young Chanderpaul, a young Ramnesh Sarwan, and that new kind of 90s generation that was still world class. I hope the new generation of cricketers don't leave Test cricket behind, but you fear it, mate. I think this is where the ICC need to really, really consider. I like the day-night test format. I actually like the day-night test format. But the ICC need to really carefully consider the future of the game and the direction it's heading. They really do. I've got nothing against the shorter formats. I actually enjoy the shorter formats. I think they are refreshing and they can definitely help the sport evolve. But the 100 isn't helping, and we do need to look at the future of the game. I think Test cricket's fantastic. My first cricket match I ever went to was at Lord's, so I don't think the Ashes will be the only one, the only Test series left played. I think there's too many rivalries within international sport for that. I really, really, really do. But I think the Ashes has been over-flogged a little bit. It's lost a little bit of its meaning. It's played too regularly. It is played too regular. I think it should be every 4 years. Each team gets a home series. Must be. But they've overdone the rivalry to death, and they've milked the cash cow. It's very expensive for us to go to Australia, and it's very expensive for Australians to come over here. It's not a cheap endeavour for the fans. It really isn't, even though there are special visas that you can get. And the countries do have a good relationship in regards to tourist visas and such. And the sporting rivalry between Australia and England or Australia and the UK, depending on the sport, is fantastic. But I do think they've overflogged the Ashes to death, and it's lost a lot of its magic that it once had. I really do think that. I really honestly believe that. It doesn't have the same meaning as it did 20, 30, 40 years ago. It meant more, in my opinion, as a kid watching it than it does now. But that's my personal views on where I think cricket's at. I think cricket's at a crossroads. I think the governing body, I don't think, is necessarily doing the best job. It could do a lot better. But again, that's personal views on that. What the past Olympics made you feel the Olympics has lost a bit of its magic? I haven't watched an Olympic Games in any depth since the 2018 Winter Olympics. I do think COVID did have an impact. And the Tokyo Games obviously was delayed by a year, so that took a bit of a shine off it. The Beijing Winter Olympics, obviously there was all the COVID controls and the NHL players didn't go, which is what I was looking forward to. It just... I watched 45 minutes of the Olympics this year. I've watched none of the Paralympics so far. Apparently, viewership was really strong, and the games didn't go over budget as many previous games has. It's still, we've got to see how much money Paris actually makes after the Paralympics is done. There were a lot of controversies coming out of this Olympics that are worth discussing. There's no doubt on that. But again, I think it's the same with the Commonwealth Games. Is there a future for the Commonwealth Games? Do cities want to host these events? Now, the upcoming Winter Olympics, yes, Milan and Cortina are going to be the two major host cities. But then you've got a lot of other venues scattered around Italy, including a place where I used to spend a lot of time. And they're spreading the facilities around, and they're trying to reuse as many existing facilities as possible for as many of the events as possible to save money. But what does the future of the Olympics look like? What does the future of the Commonwealth Games look like? Will host nations or host cities want to shell out the money? This is come at a time where a lot of countries and a lot of cities are basically bankrupt. Cities and countries just do not have the spare cash to spend hosting events. It's facts. I do. Problem is, cricket is just there's a bit more to cricket than just those countries. But New Zealand got a very good test side. Bangladesh are an up and coming side. So Sri Lanka have had some world class players. Obviously, we've recently had Ireland and Afghanistan join the test ranks. Namibia's got a decent one-day and T20 program. The Dutch have got a good, decent one-day and T20 program. Hopefully, get test status sooner rather than later. There's actually some decent Canadian players. But the way the financing works out and the revenue sharing, I think India has far too much sway over international cricket. That's my opinion. Yes, it does snow in northern Italy because you have the Alps. Italy's a very mountainous country. It snows in Sicily on Mount Etna. You can get snow, and quite a bit of it in central Italy at altitude. It does snow. Some of the most famous alpine ski resorts are in Italy in the north. You've got Bormio, you've got Livigno, you've got Cortina, and they will be hosting Olympic events in a couple of years' time. It does snow, and it can snow quite a bit. We need to have India versus Pakistan test matches again. We need to have them played in a neutral stadium. I think that's where the UAE can step up. United Arab, the UAE, they've hosted many. Pakistan played a lot of test matches there and one days and T20s in the past. They could step up, and there's a lot of subcontinental, citizens from the former Raj, British India, so that's Pakistan, that's India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, who live in the UAE for work. So you could get good crowds. And the UAE does have a T20 and a one-day international setup, and I think they could become a test nation in years to come. They did host the IPL there one season due to security concerns in India after the Mumbai attacks. So yeah, that is possible that we could see an India-Pakistan test series take place in the UAE, for example. It's not without the realms of possibility, or potentially played in places like South Africa or Australia or New Zealand, because they do have the test facilities to host those two teams. That would be fantastic. But as I say, when it comes to cricket governance, the BCCI, the Board of Cricket Control India, has a lot of sway when it comes to the ICC. What India wants, India gets, and the other nations have to follow suit when it comes to revenue sharing and TV rights, merchandise rights, and the direction the sport is taking. What India does and says, other nations have to follow suit. It's just a matter of fact. Let's have a look at. No one's left the super chat yet. That's a bit sad. But yeah, we could definitely see an India-Pakistan test match or test series in neutral locations, and the UAE could be the nation to facilitate that. It's plausible. Yeah, the joke is that the I in ICC stands for India. I don't see a future for Winter Olympics for much longer. I mean, there's 8-9 countries that can host it. I mean, look, they used to host the Winter Olympics the same year as the Summer Olympics, and then they went on a 2-year cycle briefly to then, after Albertville, go to Lillehammer. Look, it doesn't make as much money as the main Summer Olympics. There are less events. There's less athletes going. The TV viewership is less. I don't know. I mean, the Olympic movement's been going for like 120 odd years now. But we'll have to see what happens, and we'll have to see what decisions are taken. We know France is going to have the French Alps is going to have multiple cities hosting the Winter Olympics in the future. We know obviously Milan and Cortina are going to be hosting in 2 years' time, and a lot of the venues are already match ready. I've been to a lot of the existing venues in Italy that they're going to use for the upcoming Winter Olympics in 2 years' time, which is saving the organisers a hell of a lot of money. And in Italy, public finances aren't in the best of shape. There's a lot of public sector debt in Italy, which could completely tank their economy. So the fact that they're already using existing facilities as much as possible, including the San Siro before they demolish it, I think will actually save them a lot of money. But it's a very expensive endeavour to host an Olympic Games. What football club do I support? I'm a Blackburn Rovers fan. Do you think the Commonwealth Games can survive much longer? I'm going to do a video on what does the future of the Commonwealth Games look like. Obviously, Glasgow did volunteer to host the next Commonwealth Games in 2 years' time and reuse facilities that they already have in place from when they were hosts. Do I think they can survive? I mean, look, again, state of public finances are not in a great place, really. And look what happened to Birmingham following hosting the Commonwealth. It did actually impact the city negatively. I mean, Birmingham is one of the biggest local government authorities in Europe, and it is basically bankrupt. Do you have any thoughts on the World Snooker Championship, possibly even the Crucible? The Crucible is starting to look dated. Let's be honest. The Crucible Theatre in Sheffield is not a new building. It is an aging, brutalist concrete structure from the 60s and 70s, so it's starting to look its age. It does need a massive refurb or a complete redo. Potentially, should they take it on the road, as it's a World Championships? I mean, should they start taking the World Championships around the globe to try and promote the growth of the sport to new locations? I know there's the traditionalist aspect and the traditionalists of the sport, and then there's, being a bit more, globalist, saying it is a World Championships. Maybe we should take it on a globe-trotting tour until either the Crucible can be upgraded or a new permanent home venue can be found. I think that would be a brilliant advert for snooker as a sport. Will they use Hampden Park? Again, we will see what happens with the 2026 Commonwealth Games and whether a host city or country can be found. But Glasgow has volunteered. It's now up to the various governing bodies to figure out where they decide to place the Commonwealths. Also, with the Summer Olympics, I can see a lot more oil countries hosting, which ain't good for the athletes. Well, we know Los Angeles is going to be the next location. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, with the fallout from the Qatar World Cup and a lot of the mixed reviews, and of course how Qatar got the World Cup, that created a lot of discussion at the time. The year before the World Cup, or a few years before the World Cup, I think before COVID, they had the World Championship Athletics. Hardly anyone showed up. They had to pay the World Cup workers to go into the stadium to boost crowd numbers. Does Villa Park need a full redevelopment? If they do, where would Villa play while it's being rebuilt? I don't think it needs a full redevelopment. I think it needs maybe some upgrades. It's a fantastic stadium. I don't know where else Aston Villa would play while that redevelopment would be taking place if they were to completely rebuild the thing. I mean, I'm not sure how West Brom and Birmingham City fans would feel about having to ground share with their biggest rival. That would be an interesting discussion to have. If Aston Villa were to completely redevelop Villa Park in one go, they would have to do it stand by stand. They would have to do it in stages like other clubs have done. I can't see Birmingham City and St Andrews being suitable at the moment with all these stadium issues there, and I can't see the Hawthorns being a big enough stadium to do it. And with the rivalry between the clubs, that would be a security nightmare. and I'm not sure how West Midlands Police would have to deal with the issues there, and how clubs would be compensated for ground sharing, and it would cost money. It would probably cost Villa more money to have to ground share for a few seasons than actually do it, close the stand down and do it bit by bit. You got annoyed because I put a score of a Six Nations game in a video title and I hadn't watched the game yet, but now I'm over it. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, that was what, 6-7 months ago? Yeah. Yeah. Oh dear. They would probably play at the Alexandra Stadium. I mean, again, that means reduced capacity and reduced revenues. Plus, they've got to pay rental to the other stadium or the other stadium owners, and then they've obviously got to be fully aware that they're going to have less ticket revenue because they're playing outside of Villa Park, and then they've got to pay for a stadium redevelopment. Now, yes, Villa have now got more stable ownership than they've had for a very, very long time. I think we can all agree on that. But it's you've got to weigh up the pros and cons of do you do the whole stadium or do you do it bit by bit like Liverpool have done with Anfield and what other clubs have done, or do you do a Tottenham and completely rebuild the stadium from scratch? There's pros and cons. Am I into pro wrestling? I used to watch a lot of pro wrestling. Not so much now. I have a lot of friends who are. I think as an industry, it's got a lot of problems. And I'm not. I think the industry is at a crossroads at the moment. There's been a lot of negative headlines surrounding pro wrestling and the various companies, not just WWE, formerly known as WWF, of course, but you've got TNA, you've got Ring of Honor, you've got AEW, which is a shambles in my opinion. TNA is basically bankrupt. Ring of Honor just doesn't have the money. There's a few other lesser known companies like in Mexico and in Japan. And then you've got the independent circuit, but there's been a lot of negative headlines about pro wrestling over the years, stemming back to the 80s and 90s. That just doesn't go anywhere, doesn't go away, should I say. They could use the Alexandra Stadium, but you need a lot of temporary stands. Temporary stands cost money, and who's going to pay for that? Is that going to be, I don't know who owns the Alexandra Stadium. Is that Birmingham City Council, a council that's got no money? Would Villa have to sum up the costs to bring that stadium up to Premier League and UEFA standard for Champions League or Europa League games? Who would be funding that stadium, not redevelopment, but temporary redevelopment, and who would be funding the running costs of the stadium to host them? I mean, it comes down to money. There was rumours when we were really open to Andrews that we could play at Edgbaston, but never came to it. That's another option. Edgbaston's a cricket ground. It does not work. It does not work. Trust me. As someone who watches a lot of rugby league and a lot of NRL, when the Sydney Roosters were playing at the Sydney Cricket Ground, it did not work. When they take state of origin to places like Melbourne or Perth or Adelaide and they use a cricket ground, it does not work. Because you've got the cricket square in the middle, it just does not work. You have that firm bit of pitch, then it just doesn't work. The sight lines, camera angles, it really fan experience, because cricket and AFL are different kind of sports, where the pitch dimensions have to be that way for the sport to work. It doesn't work when you play a normal sport on a rectangular pitch. You're so far back. It's one of them. But again, again, they were rumours, and Warwickshire County Cricket Club, who own Edgbaston, because it's their home ground as well as a test venue. I mean, does the ECB and Warwickshire County Cricket Club get money from? Do they? How would the ground share work? Because part of the football season's in cricket season, so you really couldn't do that. Joe Root has today become England's all-time Test centurion. Where would you rank him among the best of England's ever athletes? His winning percentage as England captain, because he played so many tests as captain, is a bit distorted because it's a bigger sample size than other captains we've had. But I think what goes in his favour is he's still quite young. I think he's young. I think Joe Root's younger than me, so I think he's got a fair few years left as a top level batsman. But the game has changed. You can't compare him with players who played 20 years ago. The game has changed dramatically. The equipment has changed. Player fitness is a lot different, a lot better. He's still, a very, very one of England or UK's best. He's not. I don't think he's in the top 10 yet, because he's still playing. He's still an active player. He hasn't retired yet, and then we can't because it's subjective. Is he a great player? Yes. Was he the best England captain? No. I wouldn't say he was the best England Test captain, because there were some bad Test defeats in there, and some of his performances whilst captain weren't great. But it's a difficult one. It is a difficult one because you've got to look at strike rate as well. You've got to look at strike rate. Will he be the highest Test run scorer eventually? We shall see. We shall see. Potentially. Also, wouldn't be great during the winter months. Imagine being in the stands on a January night. Yeah, Edgbaston, while it's a fantastic cricket venue, it's not a football or a rugby venue. Let's be honest. I know Headingley and Leeds is a joint venue because they've developed a complex where you can play cricket and rugby in the next stadium. It's all one. Headingley, which is a multi-purpose venue with different playing pitches. But Edgbaston is purely cricket. You couldn't play football on it. I'm not sure the groundsman would appreciate the cricket square getting turned to a mud bath from September through to April. And then cricket season runs until the end of September and starts in March, April, when the football season's still ongoing. And they would need to get the cricket square ready for Warwickshire County Cricket Club and Test matches and one days. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. Warwickshire would have to then, ground share with potentially, I don't know, Gloucestershire or Leicestershire to play their games, and that puts extra strain on their facilities. So it's just logistics there. Well, again, when Root's retired, then we can assess his career and assess how he's done. You've got to look at his strike rate, how many tests it's taken him to get the centuries he's got, how many tests it's taken for him to get the runs he's got. And then you've got to look at his highest score, average score, and a whole variety of variables in there. I don't think we can compare to Australian cricket stadiums because we have too much rain. Have you been paying attention to Australia recently? They've had a very wet 18 months. Some of the weather conditions they've had are ridiculous on the East Coast. Ridiculous. They've had a lot of flooding. It's obviously now the end of our summer. It's the end of their winter. They've had one of the wettest autumns and winters on record. They've had some really diabolical weather conditions the last year and a half. Really diabolical. But no, the way that their sporting stadium infrastructure again is significantly different to ours. And there's big discussions about stadium infrastructure and stadium spending for improvements and new stadiums. I mean, as I say, the Sydney Roosters obviously had to play at the Sydney Cricket Ground for a good few years while they redeveloped Allianz Stadium, the Sydney Football Ground, which, by the way, is a fantastic facility. No doubt. In fact, I think the Allianz Stadium, which is, for sponsorship reasons, but traditionally known as the Sydney Football Ground, is fantastic. It's a beautiful stadium. We know they're going to go to Perth in a few years' time. There's talk of West Tigers splitting back into the Western Suburb Magpies and Balmain Tigers. there's been reports that there's going to be some board meetings, but basically the majority of the club is Magpies now. The Balmain side of it is tiny, and a fair chunk of the Balmain side is actually owned by Western Suburb Magpies. So there's talk of that club splitting again and the merger coming to an end. Again, rumours coming out of the Sydney media. We know where they're going to Perth next, and they've given a time frame for the Perth expansion, with the Central Coast Bears basically merging with the Western Perth organisation. Will it be? No, I don't think it will. I think Perth is a rapidly growing city. It's an underappreciated sporting city because it is so isolated as a major city. And there's a lot of rugby league fans there, and there's a lot of rugby union fans that I don't necessarily think it'd be devastating to the Perth Western Force. I really don't. I think what's devastating for rugby union in Australia is Rugby Australia. That's my view on the state of rugby union down under. Is the problems with rugby union down under isn't rugby league or the AFL or the A-League when it comes to football. No. It's Rugby Australia and their mismanagement of the sport for 2.5 decades. There's a reason why Australia failed to get out of the group stage of the World Cup last year. There is a reason why the Israel Folau saga was so damaging, so damaging for Australian rugby union. Okay, I need to sit up comfortably because my back, do apologise, my back is basically buggered. I'm 34 going on 84 and I need a new spine. Can someone supply one, please? Because mine is gone. I need a new back. It's very, very painful and not very comfortable to sit up without back support for a long period of time. Okay, let's just get that there. There's a big South African community in Perth. The rugby union is always popular. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a big, obviously, the mining industry in Western Australia is exceptionally important for the economy. It's a big driving force of the economy in Western Australia. And of course, a lot of mining engineers have gone over from South Africa for work and emigrated for work. The city of Perth, though, wants to diversify its economy away from commodities. It's a fast-growing city. It's a lot cheaper to live in Perth than in other parts of Australia. So a lot of Australians from the East Coast are moving over there, partly for work, partly because it's cheaper to live. And a lot of them are in the trades. So you've got tradies, you've got plumbers, plasterers, electricians moving over. And there's a lot of mining jobs. And so in Western Australia, if you're developing the economy and you've got a growing population, you're going to need properties to be built and houses. And a lot of the builders are going over there as well. It's a very interesting city. Obviously, it's a very isolated city in regards to how far it is to any other major urban area anywhere. The nearest major city is Adelaide to Perth. But look, the NRL was there before. The NRL made mistakes in the previous time it was there, making the Western Reds basically pay for all the away teams' travel. I think they need to look at how the away team travel is financed, who pays for it. That was the main issue behind the failure before, but the nucleus of that team became the Melbourne Storm. So, there's a good, regional state league. There's a lot of juniors in Western Australia playing the game. A lot of the women's players actually come from Western Australia. So, rugby league is played there. A lot of players playing in the state league. There is a player base. There is a fan base. Whenever State of Origin or the NRL take regular season games over there, fan numbers are really, really good. Attendance is good. Viewership figures are good. And so it's definitely something worth noting. Yes, the sporting cultures. So you can draw a line across Australia from basically Queensland, New South Wales. That's rugby league. That's AFL. you can split Australia. 1/3 of Australia on the map is rugby league, and 2/3 is Aussie rules for the most part. In saying that, the NRL and rugby league is growing at a quicker rate than Aussie rules at the moment at the AFL. The AFL still has more viewership, and domestically more TV viewership and more fans in attendance, but internationally rugby league is more watched. So it's interesting. Of course, we've now got the Vegas games and what that means for the sport. And obviously next year we're going to have 4 games in Vegas rather than 2, including a women's international and a Super League double, head to head. In regards to, I think it's Wigan St Helens or Warrington Wigan. I think it's Warrington Wigan actually. So we've got that international Vegas experience over the first weekend of the season. I think the NRL obviously has learned some lessons from this season's games in Vegas. I really enjoyed them. So there's that. Right, let's have a look at what's been said. Losing the Melbourne team might be a boost to Australian rugby as the other teams pick up the best players. The Melbourne Rebels situation, very similar to what Western Force were going through back in 2017, 2018, except the Western Force survived and the Melbourne Rebels didn't. Again, a complete mess by Rugby Australia. They handled that situation very, very poorly. A lot of questions need to be asked of the money side of things when it comes to rugby union, the governance, the direction the sport is taking and has been taking for some time. There's some good players that are playing in Melbourne, sure. But it is a massive blow to the game in Australia. Massive blow. And questions do need to be asked about why the team failed and the hows and why. And when the Wallabies were good, they only had 3 professional teams. When the Wallabies were good, Rugby Australia was properly governed. They weren't. It was more to do with grassroots, rather than the top tier professional level. It's the best way to look at it. Grassroots rugby union is in real crisis. There's funding problems. A lot of players who are playing rugby union at youth level and grassroots level have been poached by the AFL and the NRL systems. The money isn't there. The TV deal doesn't work. It doesn't work. And then you've got Rugby Australia trying to lure back rugby league players, especially those who are South Sea Islanders by heritage who qualify by residency, and by offering them these big contracts to play. And now you look at the test side. How many international players from the last World Cup are now switching codes to league? Quite a few have decided to switch over to rugby league for next season, and that is a big blow to the sport when they're losing the homegrown talent and they're having to pay the mercenary talent to plug the gaps, and they're not developing the players at youth level anymore. They're just not developing them. Look at the amount of NRL players, past and present, who at some point played rugby union at school or at grassroots, community level, who are lost to the sport and end up going to rugby league. And it's the same with the AFL. There's a fair few AFL players who at some point played rugby union, either growing up or at community level. It's the same in the women's game. It's the same in the women's AFLW and NRLW. The amount of ex-rugby union players who've swapped codes, who've left rugby union and the system, and are now playing rugby league or Aussie rules. It's a thing. It is a thing. There are a lot of them. And if you look at the NRLW rosters, so many ex-Sevens players. There's a couple of the Canberra Raiders women's team who are played for the 15s. which is the full women's test side. I think there's a Cronulla Sharks, couple of Cronulla Sharks players who were in the women's setups for both New Zealand and Australia. There's a lot, and a lot of them played in the Sevens program as well. And they are leaving rugby union and going to rugby league because they can get paid more. Even in the women's game, which is semi-pro with a few professional contracts, well, some professional contracts, a lot of semi-pro contracts where the players need day jobs as well, but they get paid to play. And now there's minimum salaries now. They are leaving the game. Would you say rugby union is now Australia's fourth most popular football code? No, I think the A-League is probably more popular in regards to fan attendance and money and sponsorship. Rugby Australia has made a big mess out of the governance of the game. The Israel Folau saga cost them a lot of money. The collapse of the old Super Rugby format and the Western Force and cost them a lot of money. And now we've had the Melbourne Rebels go out of business, which has cost them a lot of money. They've lost a lot of sponsors on the way. There's been issues at board level. And, of course, the disastrous World Cup that we had last year where they didn't get out the group stage, pool stage, shall I say. And it's cost them a lot of money. They've now got their first ever foreign coach, which I think 10, 15 years ago would have been an alien concept for the Australian fans and the Australian public. And as a sport, it is in serious trouble. What is it? Is it the Shoot Shield? Yeah. Their domestic competition's a mess. The quality isn't there. The money isn't there, and they are bleeding talent to predominantly rugby league, but also rugby union, to AFL. The NRL's picked up a lot of talent over the years. When you've got an up-and-coming teenager who's quite talented at the schools level or regional level or grassroots, domestic, the various catchment areas when it comes to the local, state and city competitions, it's very, very obvious that rugby union is really in a bad place right now in Australia. And I've got a lot of Australian viewers, and a lot of them have basically said the same thing. It is struggling, and has been for some time, well before Israel Folau and his divorce from Rugby Australia back in the day in 2017 and 2018. Oh, fuck me up. Split my elbow. I've got fucking insect bite. That's better. Can they turn it around, though? When Wallabies were successful, NRL wasn't so good. Well, when the Wallabies were doing really, really well, we obviously had the issues with rugby league, with the Super League wars, and the division and the splits in the game, and you had Super League and Australian Rugby League, which became and the New South Wales Rugby League, which became the ARL, which when they merged together becomes the NRL. When the Wallabies were doing, because one of their rival sports was in chaos. It wasn't that rugby league wasn't doing great as in a sport. It was how much money should the sport make, how much money should the players make, and what should the TV package look like, and stadium infrastructure and league structure look like. Rugby league was at war with itself, and rugby union wasn't losing players to league in the numbers it was. Partly because rugby union decided to go professional to avoid losing players to league at the rate they were previously in the 80s, 70s and 80s. That was the drive to get rugby union professional. And when rugby union goes professional and rugby league having its issues, a fair few league players swapped to union, who were homegrown talents in both the UK and in Australia and in New Zealand. The game turns professional in the mid-90s. South Africa comes back into the test fold. And rugby union was starting to go into a really positive phase for a good decade. I would say a good decade. Rugby league was going through a massive, I wouldn't say restructuring, but at its own crossroads in regards to the professional game, the direction it was taking, TV deals, league structure, financing, and everything that went with that. And it was a very difficult league. But I wouldn't say that was the only reason why the Wallabies were successful. The governance was a lot better, and the sport was more accessible. It wasn't put behind a paywall. They weren't trying to recruit a load of Pacific Islander players to plug development gaps that are clearly there now. But the situation's changed drastically. I wouldn't say what Rugby Australia needs is the NRL to be at war with itself. It needs to look at itself first. A lot of bad decisions have been made, but they need to look at grassroots development and why grassroots development is struggling and why the sport is seen as elitist by Australian sports fans. It is. It is seen as elitist. It is seen as a sport that the posh lads play who go to boarding school, who go to private school. That's how it's seen. It's the same stereotype you see here in England, where it's seen as a sport that is played only by public school boys, which isn't the case, but it's that media stereotype, and they're not losing that they're not changing that narrative. How would I rank the sports? I would say AFL and NRL are about equal. The NRL gets that equality because of the rapid growth it's had and the international exposure it's getting overseas with the TV viewership and taking the game overseas. Cricket obviously is a national sport and is well regarded. The A-League has definitely gone up in the in participation and viewership, but still lags far behind. But rugby union is in real trouble. Football, or soccer as they would call it, the success of the women's team, I think, helps boost the profile of association football in Australia and gives Australian sports fans a feel-good factor. But when it comes to rugby union, I think rugby union has slipped down the pecking order of sports and sports viewership and fandom. I would say so, yeah. I would say the AFL, NRL, and cricket are top tier. I would say association football has definitely grown in popularity over the last 30 years, and the success of the women's setup has definitely helped with that. And Postecoglou at Tottenham, being a very high-profile manager of Australian origin, managing in a top league in Europe, has definitely helped raise the profile as well. And the men's team, now regularly qualifying for World Cups and having some pretty solid performances at World Cups without being massively blown out of the water over the last 20 years, I think has helped as well. As some top high-profile players who plied their trade in Europe and done quite well. Your Mark Vidukas, your Harry Kewells, your Mark Schwartzers, your Tim Cahills have helped raise the profile of the sport in the last 2.5 decades, and they've been quite successful. And are quite well thought of as sort of cult heroes at clubs here in Europe, especially in England. But that's helped raise the profile as well. Rugby union, there's been some great players who played for the Wallabies. Let's make no doubt of that. Some great players have played for the Wallabies over the years. Fantastic players. But as time has gone on, the quality level has dropped off. And the World Cup is that low point. The World Cup was the low point. Failure to get out the pool stage. Coach Eddie Jones, very divisive coach around the world. In Australia, here in Europe, in Australia, he's obviously gone back to coach Japan. And the Japanese are how it will work out the second time round. Wait and see. He obviously helped develop Japanese rugby to the level it's at now, where they're classed as a tier 1 nation. The Wallabies and the Matildas are both probably popular if they do well and forgotten if they don't. I would say I would say the rugby union system right now in Australia for both men and women is in a very awkward situation. They have put a lot of investment into the women's sevens program, which has paid dividends. They've got some very good players who've come out of that sevens program, who've done very, very well. And obviously, unfortunately, they've now lost a fair few of them to rugby league because rugby league can pay them more. And that is another problem is funding. They've lost a lot of money. They've misspent a lot of money. And obviously, the Israel Folau side of things cost them a lot of money with litigation and payouts and lawsuits and the Wallabies has definitely slipped down the pecking order. But then you have to, as I say, I'm going to go back to this. You have to look back at the governing body and go, the buck has to stop with them. You can't blame the other sports for doing well. You cannot blame other sports for doing well. That is a lazy cop-out. The other sports are doing better than rugby union domestically in Australia, not necessarily because they have more money, it's because they're better run. And you could argue the AFL and NRL are not necessarily the most well-run organisations and leagues in the world. They have problems. Every major sports league seems to have governance issues at the moment. Every major sport seems to have governance issues at some point, but they seem to have less they seem to have more assertive administrators, and they seem to be, I wouldn't say risk-taking, but they seem to be willing to take on, chances, maybe risks. They seem to be braver in some of the decisions they take. I think that's a good way to look at it. The NRL have been very brave with the Vegas games, and it's, I think, going to pay off. The AFL have been very, very brave in expanding into rugby league territory, and it seems to have paid off. The AFL isn't perfect, and the NRL isn't perfect. Rugby Australia is failing to develop players. You have to look at the regional and state leagues below, Super Rugby, those regional leagues, the regional, bush competitions, interaction with the education system and school teams, and basically grassroots game. The grassroots is where you develop players, and there is clearly an issue with player development, player retention, and the pathways system. You don't necessarily need to throw massive amounts of money at that. You just need to address the fact that the progression, the system progression, the stepping stones to go from, playing in a small rural town in New South Wales or Queensland, for example, or Victoria or South Australia or Western Australia, a small town in a rural competition, to playing for Super Rugby, playing for the Wallabies, the pathways. It's not all about money. Sometimes it is literally just about putting the competition structures in place and the pathways in place to go from regional Australia, bush, the outback, the bush, the small towns, the small communities, all the way up to the big cities where the big teams play, and how you go about that. By not addressing development and player, I wouldn't say recruitment, but talent spotting and developing from within, and basically luring rugby league players over from the NRL with big money centralised contracts to plug gaps in player development is not going to help anyone. Joseph Suaalii, for example, and Joey Manu's obviously going to New Zealand, but Suaalii is not going to win the Wallabies the next World Cup when they're hosting it. Much like Suaalii's, or Joey Manu is not going to win the All Blacks the World Cup. That is the problem. They are relying now on basically paying mercenary players who can represent Australia, rugby league or whatever, to come over from another sport to plug the gaps that they themselves aren't filling with player development, talent scouting, talent recruitment, and keeping within the system. Which obviously does suggest that the system isn't working, and that the talent pathways and the promotional pathways from grassroots and junior levels to top level Super Rugby Wallabies from here to here isn't working. They're getting lost. They're not retaining the talent. So talent retention is a problem, and talent spotting is an issue. And they're making some really poor decisions. I think they cannot rely on the AFL and the NRL having issues. They can't rely on that. They have to look at the structures within. They have to look at the structures within. That's where the problems are lying, and have been festering for a very, very long time. When was the last time you saw a George Gregan level player play for the Wallabies, or a Stephen Larkham? You're just not seeing that level of player coming through the system from grassroots to the Wallabies anymore. And even when they were, making World Cup finals regularly and winning them, there were a fair few rugby league players within their ranks. And Wendell Saylor, Lottie Sakiri, and Matt Rogers for the 2003 World Cup final run were all rugby league players, and very good rugby league players. So a fair proportion of their team in 2003 had a rugby league background. So, and then you've got to look at some of the commercial decisions as well, which with the exposure of the sport and exposure of the game. Now, yes, they have got the World Cup in 2027. That will be interesting to see how that plays out, and how well Australia do in 3 years' time. They can't get much worse than what happened last year, and it will be an interesting tournament. The last time they hosted, they got to the final, and that will be very interesting to see how they perform. And but back in 2003, the team they had in 2003 was a world-class team that were defending champions, stacked with world-class players. The pathways were there, the talent pathways, the development of players was there, and they've just gone backwards. So it's a very interesting. They're living off past glories, very similar to England, for example, with the 2003 World Cup. England living off past glories, yes, England have got to World Cup finals since 2003 and developed some very good players who've had played at the top level and have been very, very talented and broken records and played very, very well. But again, England 2015 home World Cup dug it out in pool stage. Now, there's a reason why the Springboks and the All Blacks basically are the top two, and Ireland as well, and the French to a certain extent. There's a reason why those nations are so far ahead of everyone else. There is a reason. From the youth system all the way through, there is a very structured, well-oiled pathway. They also have a style of play. They have a philosophy. It's the Ireland way, the Springbok way, the All Black way, Les Bleus, the France way. There's a very clear culture and identity to each individual team's style of play. And the players that they develop slot into their system seamlessly. So if a key player goes down, another player comes in, it doesn't disrupt the style and game plan overly. And there's a reason why they are so far ahead on a regular, consistent basis, year in, year out. Now, yes, Ireland can't get past the quarterfinal at the World Cup, but there is a reason why, when they're playing at their best, these are the 4 best sides in the world consistently, and by some margin. There's a reason why the All Blacks have the highest win percentage of any international sporting team, other than the other than the green and gold when it comes to rugby league with Australia. There's a reason why the All Blacks win percentage is, I think, 82, 83% or something. It's ridiculous. And it's clear and obvious that there is a winning culture and the structures in place. I used to love the Wallaby style of play. It was a counter-attack style. Yeah, I mean, look, certain teams, they do have a very, very fun style of play in any sport. It's not just rugby union. I like the French style of play, which is flair-based with the power game. And when the best French teams have always played with a flair power game, which is unpredictable but fun, where the handling skills are like, state of origin rugby league, kind of the offload game, and support play and just running it. I like the Pacific Islands style of running it with power, and again offloading skills and done with pace and intensity. It's the same with rugby league. Rugby league, I like the gladiatorial contest of it. I actually prefer sometimes those finals games, especially, but even regular season games, which are an arm wrestle, where the ball is in play for a lengthy period of time, and both sides go set for set, knocking 7 bells out of each other. You just basically need to have 2 very well disciplined sides and a referee willing to let the game flow a bit, and you can have. I mean, one of the best games I've seen in recent years was a regular season game between Penrith and Parramatta, or was it a finals game? It was Penrith Parramatta. It was low scoring, but it was one of the best games I've ever seen at an intensity that even Origin struggles to replicate. And it was a couple. I think it was 2021. Penrith Parramatta. And I think it was 8-6 or 6-4 final score. And it was one of the best games I've ever seen. And it was literally 2 sides going toe-to-toe for 80 minutes. And there was a very low penalty count. Ball was in play for a lengthy period. And the referee allowed the game to flow. The referee, really, sensed the mood of the game, the intensity of the game, the importance, and the game was allowed to flow, and it was brutal. Absolutely brutal. But my God, it was one of the best games I've seen. Very low scoring. Some of the games today, for example, and over the weekend so far, listen to some of the score lines in the NRL. And I'll answer about the France Rugby Sevens gold medal. So the NRL scores today: Sharks 28, Warriors 30. That went down literally to the last play of the game. The Dolphins put 40 past the Broncos, 40 points to 6. Eels Dragons, listen to this scoreline, 44 points to 40. So defence went out the window in that game. The Cowboys beating the Storm 38-30. Bulldogs Sea Eagles was 22 points to 34, and the Panthers put 34 past the Rabbitohs in a 34-12 win. Real high-scoring games there. One team kept to single figures. Every other team scored double-figure points, and some of the points gaps were 2-point gap between the Sharks and the Warriors, a 4-point gap between the Eels and the Dragons, an 8-point gap between the Cowboys and the Storm, 12-point gap with the Bulldogs and the Sea Eagles as a bigger winning margin for the Sea Eagles. But basically, a lot of the games were quite close, but high scoring, which sometimes isn't always necessarily the best. But saying that, some of the tries scored and some of the play was just fantastic. And I haven't even mentioned the NRLW games that have been played so far this season, because some of them have been real good fun as well. Real good fun. Did I like France? Did I pick France? Because I didn't really watch a lot of the Olympics. If I'm being honest. The fact the French won the Olympic gold, I mean, Antoine Dupont is the best player in the world by some margin. All he's got to do now is win a World Cup, and he's won everything that he can win in the game. Dupont is the best player. The fact the French team actually missed his input on their side in the Six Nations was very obvious, with him deciding to take basically a sabbatical from the French full test side to play sevens. And he tore it up and he wins a gold medal. So he's fully vindicated and justified for doing that. But yeah, that is shows his importance to the French test side. Him not there in the world in the Six Nations was very noticeable. His absence from the test side in the Six Nations was very noticeable. The absence and the impact it had on the team's attack, the team structure, even the defensive structure. It was very noticeable without him there. Very noticeable. Close games are the best. Not always. Some low-scoring games are pretty dreadful. But some of the games we've seen have been absolutely, fantastic this season in the NRL. We've got one regular season week left after this weekend. Next weekend is the end of the regular season. Women's regular season in the NRLW, I mean, there's been the Cronulla Sharks have really surprised me with how good they've been. Their defence is ridiculous and they are really entertaining. They are the surprise package for me and the women's game this season. For me, the Bulldogs is the surprise package in the NRL this season. I think Cameron Ciraldo, for me, should get Coach of the Year. And I think a fair few of their players will be winning awards at the end of the season, the awards ceremony. I have no doubt. But no, some close games, when it comes to scoreline, for example, are some of the worst games. But generally speaking, if it's played at a high intensity and it's two top teams who can defend and attack, the outcome can be fantastic. And the Bulldogs have had some very close games this season where their defence has won them games. Their attack is developing, but their defence is one of the best defensive teams in the competition, and generally one of the team that wins the comp generally is top 2 or 3 in defence, and they're still top 2 or 3 in defence right now. So I think for me the Bulldogs are the dark horse, and could potentially be the first team outside the top 4 to win the grand final in the modern era. So I do think they have a very good chance. They could go on a run. And the way they play, their attack, the way they use a more mobile forward pack, and the pace they attack at, and how quickly they decide to get the ball wide into their back 5, outside backs. The way they're playing right now, yes, they lost to yesterday, but the way they're playing right now is fun. They are playing really well. And they are entertaining to watch because they play at a high energy level and they don't take a backward step. It was interesting seeing the crossover from 15s to 7s. As I say, a lot of the NRLW players in Australia in the Rugby League are ex-Sevens players, and you can definitely see their Sevens, the Sevens impact on their fitness, and on their skill set. It does have a positive crossover. But in regards to the crossover from 7s to the full 15-side game, 7s is quite good in regards to basically your outside backs and, improving their skill set. It's very good for improving player skill set and your outside backs. Also, your back row forwards. If you've got a back row forward who's played 7s, you need mobile forwards. We need big players who are also exceptionally mobile and exceptionally good with their handling skills. I can see a lot of unions putting more emphasis onto their sevens program to improve their test side. For example, the Portuguese have done it to great effect. The Portuguese sevens program is fantastic. It's massively improved their test side. And they put a lot of emphasis on their sevens program to improve their test side and improve their fitness and their handling skills, and it paid dividends. Other nations have put more emphasis on their 15s over their sevens for different reasons, either because it's limited funds or they want to grow themselves at test status to get extra funding from World Rugby. Uruguay, for example. Biggest failure of the Olympic sevens was Great Britain. Well, this bearing in mind you've basically got four nations having to come together who would normally be rivals on the seventh circuit, playing against each other, and when you've got to work with different governing bodies and different styles of play and building that team unity when for the rest of the time these guys are playing, they're rivals. They're playing for rival nations and rival clubs, and they're taught not to like each other. And I mean, yeah, I would love to see a Sevens Lions format. That would be fantastic as well. But no, generally speaking, in regards to international rugby union, these guys play against each other for the majority of their professional careers, play against each other, not with each other. And there is that rivalry there. And it's coached into them as well. You've got to be, and so that's very difficult to build that kind of team unity in a very short space of time. When for 15, 20 years, include youth level, you're knocking 7 bells of shit out of these people, and then suddenly you've got to be teammates with them for a very short space of time. It's very, very difficult to build a culture and team unity. And there's a lot to be said about culture and team unity. And but again, you've got the post-Olympics review. The British Olympic Association and the various governing bodies of each individual sport will have their post-Olympic review. There'll be the funding review as well from UK Sport, which is partly government funded, partly lottery funded. There'll be reviews on funding. We had it after London 2012, which was a very successful Olympics. The Beijing and Rio games were quite successful as well. But there's always these post games or post tournament reviews, and funding is a big thing that's discussed, especially if a team is supposedly underperformed for the amount of funding that sport has received in the previous 4-year cycle. So funding reviews. Should Great Britain even bother having a sevens team? Well, rugby wasn't an Olympic sport at London 2012. It's an interesting one. Again, it would be down to the RFU, Welsh, Scottish, and of course, some kind of agreement with the Irish Union because of the players from Northern Ireland who play for Ulster, who are eligible to represent Ireland. It's an interesting one. There needs to be some kind of cooperation with the unions, and of course, then you've got centralised government giving funding and UK sport. The Great Britain Olympic Committee. I wouldn't say they shouldn't bother. At the same time, England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, including Northern Ireland and Ireland, obviously play separately on the Sevens circuit internationally. And, each union's got its own coaching systems and structures and pathways. So it does create a lot of hurdles logistically, and there's a bit of politics involved. We saw that with the football at the Olympics, with the men's and women's teams at the 2012 Olympics especially. there was politics reared its ugly head, and a lack of cooperation between the different FAs caused some problems. Again, that it's an interesting one. It's a valid question, and I don't know the answer. That's something that I don't have an answer to. As I say, I'm not a sports administrator. And again, you've got to look at rugby union as a sport, be it sevens or the full 15-a-side game, and you've got to look at the fact that the home nations are 4 separate home nations that have 4 separate unions. And in Northern Ireland's case, it's part of the Republic of Ireland as well. And so there is an element of politics and of funding, and the only time the teams, the unions work together is for the Lions every 4 years on a different cycle, on an odd numbered year cycle. So again, it requires a level of cooperation that we rarely see when it comes to sports governing bodies. We saw the issues there at the London 2012 Olympics between the 4 domestic FAs, where Scotland were the big problem. Scotland were a pain in the arse for the London 2012 games, and again, neither men's or women's teams did particularly well at London 2012, if we're being honest, for what was expected of them. But no, there needs to be a level of cooperation, but then it comes down to the funding aspect as well, and cooperation, funding, and a willingness to work together. And we've even seen issues with the Lions. So it's an interesting one. It's an interesting question. I don't have an answer to it. But again, the Great Britain Olympic Association would have to consider, should they try and put together a sevens program going forward, and is it worth the funding? Is it worth the hassle of organisation, putting the infrastructure in place, and what players would be eligible for the sevens program? How would they go about cooperation between the unions in order to have a sevens program? How would that impact the domestic sevens programs of England, Scotland, Wales, and to a certain extent Ireland, with those players from Northern Ireland? Eligibility. I think the RFU and the RFU and the WRU struggle to work together. Well, Wales has no money. Otherwise, there would probably be an English and Welsh Premiership. There used to be an Anglo-Welsh Cup, I remember, many, many years ago, where the Welsh provinces played the Premiership club sides. There was an Anglo-Welsh Cup many, many years ago when I was a teenager. And it doesn't exist now. But yeah, definitely there needs to be better cooperation between the RFU and the WRU. There seems to be, Welsh rugby, Eat the Code, is badly governed, and there seems to be a lot of suspicion and lack of cooperation between the Welsh governing bodies and everyone else. And that's an ongoing thing. An ongoing criticism is the state of Welsh sport as a whole. It doesn't matter what the governing body is and what the sport is. There does seem to be a lot of concerns about the financial state of Welsh sport, the governance aspect of Welsh sport as well, is regularly under the spotlight. And then you look at the amount of players or athletes suspended from sporting competition for failing drugs tests, be it for illicit substances or performance-enhancing substances, and a fair proportion of them, in fact, the majority, are Welsh. And that's not a joke, and that's not trying to belittle Welsh athletes and the Welsh sports and governing bodies. But it's true. A huge proportion out of all the athletes in the UK who failed on doping tests a lot of them are Welsh. Rugby union, rugby league especially, there's a massive problem with players doping. And there's a lot of finger pointing at the Welsh Rugby Union and Welsh Rugby League, for example, as the governing bodies going, hang on, you are fully aware of how bad this problem is below the top tier level. And yet you're not taking enough action to do anything about it. But that's a major issue facing Welsh sport, is the amount of Welsh athletes who have failed drugs tests. A lot of them are rugby players, which then shows a different spotlight on the culture of the sport and where the sport's at, and the issues that the sport's facing. Another issue is money. Money is a big problem. Funding is a big problem. The state of finances in Welsh Rugby Union is quite serious and has been for many, many years, and we've discussed it to death on this channel. Welsh Rugby League is a mess. Financially, it's not doing very well. And then you look at Welsh football. You could argue, obviously, the money that's coming to Wrexham and the fact that the Welsh national side has made major tournaments now for the first time in many generations since the 50s. They've had some world-class players developed. And you could say that there's a lot of pride in the Welsh national football team, that, and the performances and the quality, getting close to tournaments or qualifying for tournaments is definitely, Welsh football's in a better place now than what it was 10, 20 years ago. But Welsh sport in general is struggling financially, massively. Welsh Rugby League never really took off, did it? Well, Welsh Rugby Union tried its best to kill it at every possible turn and fight it. Basically, Welsh sports fighting itself. Rugby League and Rugby Union have a tenuous relationship at the best of times, but they don't like each other in Wales League and Union, and the amount of time and energy, and also basically the Welsh Rugby Union basically got the press to try and label those players who went over to league led by Jonathan Davies as rebels, and try to label them as traitors to the core values of what rugby union is. And look, Jonathan Davies, I can't stand him as a commentator. I think he's a product of his time, and his views on the sport, I think, are dated. I think the sport's left him behind. And a lot of people can't wait for him to retire from commentary and punditry, because I think his race is run. But he was one of those players. He was one of those Welsh Rugby Union players that went over to league because league was professional and paid them money. And the Welsh Union basically got the media to smear these people, and try and treat them as pariahs. And it was very divisive. And there were people who were quite generally not happy that Rugby League was taking the best Welsh Rugby Union talent away from them, because it impacted the quality of the Welsh team. But there were economic reasons why these players went to league. The money wasn't in Union. Union wasn't professional. League was. And so there's just been this dislike of league by Union for a long time, when it comes to like the administration level of the sport and such. And to me, it's almost self-defeating. They've put a lot of energy into trying to basically kill league when they can't even fix their own problems. Having a system and structure that supports the national team is almost impossible in Wales. Well, yeah, because the Welsh Union, for example, spent half their time trying to kill Welsh Rugby League over the years and put a lot of energy into it. Rather than fixing their own problems, they tried to kill another sport. And instead of actually trying to fix their sport domestically. They've tried to copy, you know, they've tried to copy the Super Rugby system. It hasn't worked. The money isn't there. And then their international selection policy compounds the issue because players obviously want to make a good living playing as professional athletes. They know their careers are generally quite short, and so they want to maximise their earning potential. But they're not allowed to play overseas unless they want to play for Wales. If they want to play for Wales, they've got to play domestically, and the game can't financially support it. So already the sport is hindering its own survival by insisting that if you want to play for our national side, you've got to be domestically based. And any player worth their salt wants to get paid and wants to play in the best clubs, in the best league, and earn as much money as available. And England and France offer more money than Wales for domestic club rugby. But if they do that, they can't play international rugby union. The Welsh selectors will just go, no, you can't play. The selection will start. So the Welsh union is killing itself. But rugby union club level finances aren't sustainable. The game is in financial crisis, and yeah, and when you've lost Reece Zammit to the NFL, enough said. Reece Zammit going to the NFL tells you all you need to know about the fact that Warren Gatland is not necessarily the messiah that the Welsh Union thinks he is, and that the Welsh Union have just lost their best player. Their most marketable asset has gone, left the sport, and potentially forever. If he makes a success out of the NFL, and there's nothing to suggest he won't, given another full year of training camp and preparation and going through the process, he might even play some NFL games this season if there's any injuries to players or suspension to players, because he's on the training roster. If he can make a success in the NFL, he may never return to rugby union ever. And the Welsh Union's got itself to blame because obviously he was playing at Gloucester and he was reaching that point where special dispensation with selection rules, the Welsh Union is fighting against itself. It's making itself harder to be sustainable. And then you look at where Ireland are at, you look at where France are at, you look at where South Africa and New Zealand are at on the test level. And South Africa and New Zealand haven't got money in their club game either. But South Africa are now allowing players to play wherever and they're still selecting them. So South Africa have been very, very pragmatic when it comes to international selection and still going, we're selecting Argentina. They're allowing their players to play outside Argentina and have done for many years. Some nations are very, very smart and pragmatic, and there's a reason why these nations are developing. They're taking that next step. Their players are playing better, getting fitter. And then you've got nations like Wales, for example, and Australia, who are going backwards. Haaland destroying the Premier League. Yeah, about that. Let's have a look at the latest score. I don't know what the latest score is. I know it was 0-0 when we started the live stream, but it's probably not now. Let's have a look at the score. Erling Haaland. If we'll see if he can sustain like this level of goal scoring long term, and if he can sustain his fitness. all it takes is a couple of bad injuries and he loses his mobility. That's my opinion. I mean, he could. They win. Yeah, again, he's got to sustain his fitness. He had a few injuries last season, and his goal tally was less than the season before. So, whether he can continue to score at the rate he is, we shall wait and see. But there were some times last season where he did look tired, he did look isolated, and he wasn't impactful on games. The FA Cup final, he wasn't impactful at all. I think was it the semi-final, he didn't have much impact either. So there's been times where he hasn't had positive impact on the game. He's just there. But look, I mean, again, defences need to find a way to shut him down, and one good way to shut Haaland down is to shut off the supply to him. If you can stop the ball getting to him, he's actually largely ineffectual. There are ways to isolate him from the game, and keep him isolated in the game, which then makes him a bit frustrated and he's then less effective. But again, that's a tactical thing that teams have to figure out. Teams have to figure out tactically how to neutralize the opponent's biggest goal threat. And the teams that are generally most successful have scoring by depth. So if one key component of their attack isn't scoring, someone else can score. You see this in a lot of sports. If you see this in rugby union, rugby league, and ice hockey, for example, those teams that can score with depth scoring generally speaking, are more successful than those teams that are reliant on one or two players to get the bulk of their goal scoring or point scoring. So if you can shut down a player who's responsible for the majority of a team's goals, and you can shut them down, and they haven't got secondary scoring, or they haven't got scoring at depth scoring, then suddenly, very, very quickly, that team is very ineffective. And again, when he was having bad games, Man City also struggled. They were too reliant on his goal scoring in recent seasons. They need to have scoring by depth, and you take away that component, they are less effective. So he's not as impactful when he's not scoring goals in the creativity aspect and contributing with assists. He's not as impactful. His stats back that up. Whether he gets the most hat tricks or not, I mean, look, we shall see. It's a long season. There's a Champions League campaign to play out as well, which is a long campaign. And we shall see how that impacts his goal scoring stats at the end of the season. But there is no doubt it's early on in the season. He's fresh. He's injury free. He's got the energy levels, but it's a long season, and he's going to find it hard to replicate his debut season he had. Very, very hard. It's very hard to stay at that level in one of the more competitive leagues in Europe. But we'll see what happens. We'll see, as I say, we'll see what happens. But I think what goes in his favour is he didn't have the Euros where he wasn't playing. That other top flight players played a lot of minutes at the Euros. He hasn't played at the Euros because Norway didn't qualify, so he's probably that little bit fresher. He's had that extra time off in the off season, and there we go. Aguero having 12 and Ireland having 7. Aguero played in a different Man City team, and he played under different managers, and I think Man City weren't as dominant when Aguero was playing as they are now. And the team attacked in different ways. And Aguero also missed a lot of games with injury. Aguero had a lot of injuries. He didn't play every game. Aguero missed a fair few games. And there were times where Man City didn't play particularly well in the early half of the Sheikh Mansour era. And it'll be interesting to see what happens. A, with these 115 charges, and B, when post Guardiola. What happens? and how the team performs. And will there be a mass player exodus, or will they continue to, recruit and develop talent as they have done? We shall see. When I grew up, I loved watching Henri, and he has 8 hat tricks. Again, Thierry Henry, again, different player. To compare Aguero to Henri to Haaland is like comparing peaches and pears and tomatoes as fruit and vegetables, and they've all got their good sides and they've all got their negatives. See, Henri also created a lot of goals for other players. He wasn't the only attacking threat for Arsenal when he played there. He also had other attacking threats that he played alongside. And Haaland is purely a out and out poacher. He's an out and out striker. He doesn't have a lot of other attributes to his game. He really doesn't. He is a very one-dimensional player. Henri was a very multifaceted, multi-talented player. If Henri wasn't scoring, he was still creating goals for his teammates. Aguero, if he wasn't scoring, he was still creating space and goals and opportunities for his teammates. Haaland has to still develop his game. Haaland still has to develop his game massively. He's not the finished article yet. I would say give him another couple of years, and then we've basically figured out what he is as a player in regards to his development and his skill set and his production. If Haaland could develop a little bit more of his support game and an interplay game, then yes, so tracking back to the defensive aspects of the game, the build-up play, that's different. Good starts for Wrexham and Newport. Cardiff rubbish. Nothing about Swansea there, which is very interesting. Burnley Blackburn was a 1-1. We've had a good start to the season, considering we've lost Smodic, and there's been a big talk about before the season. There was a lot of fans were like, "Oh, we're going to be relegated," we're trending in the wrong direction, etc., etc. I think John Eustace is doing a very good job, and that's why I was surprised Birmingham City sacked him when they were 6th last season, and then they get relegated. But a 1-1 draw against Burnley, I'm quite happy with that, considering in more recent years, Burnley have been the better of the two sides in regards to where they are in the league. Players playing international football. I'm quite happy with the start to the season, and generally Blackburn are very, very slow starters to league season. So I'm quite happy with how we've started this season and some of the results we've had. Admittedly, we've had a few draws lately, but I don't think we've lost any games yet. So I'm quite happy with Blackburn's start to the season. And if we continue to play the way we are, getting the results we're getting, I'm not disappointed. I wouldn't be disappointed with the mid-table finish or on the edge of the playoffs. Wrexham will be number 1 in Wales soon. Look, it's early on in the season, and there's going to be tough tests ahead. But look, Wrexham are trending in the right direction, and the club has built a good culture and philosophy there under the new ownership, under Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. A lot of people were, criticising the ownership as like a stunt, and but they've taken their ownership very, very seriously. They've engaged with the community in a very positive way, and their ultimate goal is to be as sustainable as possible. Wrexham, Wrexham are upgrading the racecourse. They've spent a lot of money in upgrades to the stadium. They want to get it back to UEFA international standard and FIFA international standard. Ewood Park finally features an FC25, so an EA Sports game. Yeah, that'd be nice. It has been a while since we were a top flight club, and we never used to feature in an EA Sports game as a stadium. If I'm being honest, I think Ewood Park is a fantastic facility, and it's a good sized stadium. And yeah, we could use a little bit more of investment and some further upgrades, but I don't think that's necessarily the major cause of concern at the moment for the club. I think we've lost a lot of good players in recent seasons. Losing Sammy Smodic is a blow. But the way we've started the season, if we continue to play like that for the rest of the season, I think we'll be in around the playoffs, definitely mid-table at worst, and that will be an improvement from where we were last year. That's all I can ask for is an improvement from last season, and we need to trend upwards. Yeah, there's a lot of good teams in Lancashire. Yes, there are. A lot of good teams in Lancashire. There have been for some time. It's part of the birthplace of the Football League. A lot of the original 12 clubs come from Lancashire, Blackburn and Burnley being two of them. Preston's another one. It's a hotbed of football, so rugby league as well, but football. Key part of the history of the sport. And, without, the clubs in Lancashire, I don't think the Football League gets off the ground, and the Football Alliance may have won the day, which had more Yorkshire-based teams, ironically. But no, there's many teams in Lancashire of professional status. How heated is Blackburn Preston? No, Burnley's the biggest rival, although Blackburn Preston is quite tasty as well. Preston out of the gate being the most successful of the in the Football League era of the three teams, winning the first League Cup double and the first team to win back-to-back league titles in the first two seasons. Preston out the gate were the most successful, just out the gate, and then Blackburn take over the mantle as the top team in Lancashire historically, outside of Greater Manchester and Merseyside. If you look at historically, it's Blackburn, Burnley, then Preston in regards to trophies won. In saying that, and being honest, there's still a fair rivalry, but it's not as heated as the East Lancs rivalry. But it's still pretty heated. I mean, they are still big rivals, although Blackburn and Burnley have obviously been Premier League sides and Preston haven't. And I think that's a big difference, is playing at a higher level more consistently gets more international attention and national attention, and you can attract bigger and better players, basically bigger names, better quality, more consistently, and then you get more coverage, and then you can get more sponsorship, more corporate, and there you go. But also Preston are on their third manager this season already. Ryan Lowe obviously resigned after the first game of the season, and it's been a bit of a disaster at Preston. Plus, Peter Risdale's involved with Preston, which is never a good thing. No, I don't think they are, and in part because in recent seasons it's been Burnley have been in the Premier League, and the other clubs in Lancashire have been outside the top flight. Lancashire is not necessarily the wealthiest area in the UK as well, and it's not necessarily the most glamorous of locations, so it's harder to attract players. Partly because of Liverpool, Manchester, having the bigger urban areas where there's more money and a bit more glamour. So clubs like Blackburn, Preston, Blackpool, Morecambe, Accrington, Fleetwood Burnley will find it harder to attract talent over your Liverpools, your Man Uniteds, your Man Cities, for example. I forgot to mention Wigan and Bolton in there because they're technically historically Lancashire, but you see when it's not necessarily the most glamorous part of the world. It doesn't have a lot of money. There isn't a lot of disposable income. It's a very rough and ready part of the world in a lot of parts of Lancashire. Fans don't have a lot of disposable income. So it's a tough one, and it can be tough to attract players to want to play in these very, I wouldn't say down to earth, but very gritty working class low-income locations. They're great history up in Lancashire, there's no doubt on this. Fantastic history, and there are some wealthy bits, and there are some wealthy people who live in Lancashire, but it's a very salt of the earth kind of part of the world, and it isn't necessarily the most glamorous. Although some fantastic countryside and some fantastic, rolling hills and low mountains of the Pennines, and some really beautiful locations, but not a lot of money. Depends on how old you are. Old folks see Wigan is Lancashire. Greater Manchester is just a modern grouping of places, but Wigan is Lancashire. So's Bolton, by the way. So's technically St Helens and Liverpool, but that's just political boundaries aside. But no, if you like Lancashire, much like huge swathes of Yorkshire, beautiful countryside at the same time. Some of the towns and cities aren't the most attractive places to live. Pretty rough and ready, I think, is a good way to describe some of the post-industrial landscape of the north. Yes, Bury, Rochdale, Aldermar, Lancashire, Greater Manchester is just a modern term to cover a bit of Lancashire that doesn't technically exist anymore, but historically was part of Lancashire. It's part of the historical county, although technically now it's Greater Manchester is the county, but there we go. That's the ceremonial, but the historical county is Lancashire. Boundary changes, come on, ladies and gentlemen, get with the programme. That's local government boundary changes, but historical counties, they are Lancashire, yes. Proper Milltown, lads. Proper Milltown. Eat up, lad. Get down, Pit. Get down, Colliery. Get in mill. Get in mill, get job. Earn your keep. But no, jokes aside and humour aside, various parts of the Midlands, the Northwest and the Northeast aren't necessarily the most attractive parts of the world. And that can make it hard to attract players. Well, modern players. Back in the day it didn't, but now it can make it hard to attract quality talent from overseas. And it can make it hard to retain said quality talent from overseas. The new Saints qualified, didn't they? Yes, that's a big story to come out of recent weeks. But that does obviously, I'm not a fan of the UEFA club coefficient. I never have been, and the international coefficient, but it does help. They represent Wales, so that's a boost in the arm for Welsh football that a Welsh club has made the group stages of an I mean, they're going to get walloped, but the fact they've actually now made the group stages of a cup competition helps with the coefficient. And they represent Wales because they play in the Welsh league system. They represent Wales, but that does help with the club coefficient and the league coefficient. Yeah, Fiorentina are away. Yeah, they're going to have to play in Florence and De Gea in goal. That'll be an experience, but they went through the qualification rounds and they qualified. And obviously back in the day, before what we class as the Champions League era, you just went straight into the Cup Winners' Cup, UEFA Cup, or European Cup. No qualifying rounds because you qualified by your league finishing position and then you're in. Because UEFA have decided to keep expanding these tournaments, there's now qualification rounds, and they're going to get hammered, but it's going to earn the club a lot of money for what they are, and it does mean that the Welsh League gets a bit more attention upon it, and that can only be a good thing, right? Even though technically they're an English club playing in Wales, but it can only be a good thing. I don't know where they're going to have to play their games at a neutral venue. They're going to have to play at a UEFA venue. Probably probably in Wrexham. Actually, I would have thought Wrexham would be the nearest big stadium to them, and Wrexham, obviously, the ownership of Wrexham's put a lot of money into redeveloping the racecourse up to international standard. But no, they represent the Welsh League because that's the league system they play in. If they played in the English league system, that would be different. But they represent the Welsh League, so that helps with the coefficient. And I've been, as I say, I've been highly critical of UEFA's coefficient rating and how that works and how that means teams qualify for Europe and how it all works out. I've been highly critical of it. If you look at my club history videos, I bring up the UEFA coefficient and how the system works and how I'm not a fan and how it hinders the lesser leagues, so to speak. But the fact that a club that if they played in the English system would be in the 9th tier, but in the Welsh system they're in the 1st tier, tells you how the game in Wales, outside of the big clubs that play in the English system, how poor it actually is. In saying that, they're going to be playing in Europe. It puts their players on the bigger stage and some exposure for them. And if they have some good performances, that could raise their value in the transfer market and how much these players are worth. It also raises the spotlight of the domestic game in Wales. And hey, look, the club's going to make a lot of money, even if they're going to get walloped every week. They might get a few results. Stranger things have happened. They might go on a bit of a fairy tale run in the group stage and win get a couple of draws, or get a winner here or there. Yes, Chelsea versus Shamrock Rovers. That's going to be interesting, and that will be a heavy police presence, I have no doubt, at both games. Yeah, Chelsea fans are known for there's a proportion of them that are known to be quite nationalistic and right-wing. And when it comes to Shamrock Rovers, I think there's a fair bit of nationalism there as well, with a hardcore of their fans. So there will be a heightened police presence at both games, I have no doubt. There will be some disorder. I'm just expecting disorder. I wouldn't be surprised if Shamrock Rovers actually do a number on Chelsea, with how Chelsea play and how inconsistent Chelsea are and all the issues with Chelsea. I wouldn't be surprised if Shamrock get a cheeky result or two there. What Shamrock? I haven't done the clubs from Northern Ireland yet and their club histories. I'm looking forward to doing them. But I was very glad that I got all the Republic of Irish clubs done this summer. The response in regards to the engagement with those videos was really, really good. The League of Ireland is not bad. It's not the best league in the world, but there's been some good European nights by Irish clubs and some good European runs and some good moments. It's not bad. The attendances aren't what they were 25, 30 so years ago. There's been an issue with attendance from their heyday in the 70s and 80s. But the game has come a long, long way from where it was when it was semi-pro. It's fully professional now. And again, clubs like Shamrock, for example, getting into the group stages of a European competition can only be a good thing. Means the club earns a fair bit of revenue. And then they can start, signing players, offering players contract extensions, more money, for example, and helps with the footballing economy, for example, in Ireland. Good British matchups. Aston Villa versus Celtic, that'll be just tasty. Rangers, Manchester United, and Spurs. I mean, there's going to be some tasty matchups, and I think the police are going to have some hair-pulling moments when it comes to match day security. My thoughts on the Goudreau brothers. I mentioned it at the beginning of the live stream a couple of hours ago. I think the way it was reported, I was at work obviously, in the UK, we're 8 hours ahead of the east coast of the US. So when it's Thursday evening over there, it's early hours here. Obviously, my work hours on my day job, I'm up at 2:30, 3 a.m. UK time. You've got to remember 8 hours ahead of the east coast of the US. So I was at work when on social media it was starting to do the rounds, and it was all unconfirmed reports and a lot of rumors, and there was a lot of incorrect reporting and how certain aspects of the story were leaked before official announcements were made. The way it was reported and the way certain aspects were leaked to the media and how certain journalists reported things, and then social media went on this rumor mill and speculation, I think, was very distasteful. Very distasteful. But again, as someone who's lost friends to drug drivers, and yeah, it's one of them. I'm more angry at and disappointed by how, in regards to the tragic death. I mean, look, they, that's two. I mean, they're both younger than me. Matt, Johnny, and Matthew Goodrow. They're both younger than me. I'm nearly 35, and one was 29, one was 30, 31. So they're both younger than me. So in that regard, it is, two, very well respected, young men dying very, very young, needlessly, because of a drink driver. That on that aspect, and I've been, I've made it very, very clear my views on drink and drug driving before, and that's. I mean, I know you're a newer subscriber, but I've been very, very, in previous live streams, I've been very, very critical of idiotic behaviour. And social acceptance of said idiotic behaviour that, again, several people on social media seem to propagate. In regards to the Goodrow brothers, it's a terrible loss, and I think the Blue Jackets went through a couple of tough seasons, and he did struggle in Columbus. Let's not be honest; his numbers weren't as great as in Calgary, and there was great hope this season with new teammates coming in and some changes to the lineup that it would be a positive season for Goodrow, and his brother was a pretty solid pro hockey player in the AHL and ECHL, and they were both very, very good at the NCAA with Boston College, and they had a very good collegiate career, and they were well respected within the game and within their community, and you don't hear any negative comments about them as people. Never any controversy, and so it is a big loss to not only sport and ice hockey and that, but to their community, and we need to look at how drink driving, drug driving, and there's still too much acceptance of it. I think there needs to be harsher penalties for people who operate a vehicle whilst unfit through either drink, drugs, or medication. There needs to be harsher penalties because too many people do it. I've lost friends to drink driving and someone killing them. This actually happened, and recently was an anniversary of one of my friends passing, and he was killed by a drunk driver hit and run. And there is an anger and a frustration, and there is, and I understand the anger and frustration that a lot of people have been expressing on social media, and a lot of them also have been very, very critical of how it initially was reported, some of the leaks, before an official announcement was made by the state police in New Jersey and the Columbus Blue Jackets before they made their official team statement. There was, a lot of what I call. I mean, I've done this, but I've done videos describing my views on the mainstream sports media, and I've been highly critical of how the mainstream media and the mainstream sports media have reported things, and how they've acted over the years. And yeah, I've been very, very critical of certain aspects of the mainstream media over the years, and the last few days, again, that criticism is still there. There was some very poor reporting, and the way certain journalists went about things before official announcements were made. But no, my views on drink driving or drug driving, I have no tolerance for it. I take a very dim view on it, and some people I know who I used to be friends with continue to do it, and I just have nothing to do with them. I don't understand why people still continue to do it. And as someone who's lost friends because of it, I take a very, very dim view personally. Don't expect to be my friend if you continue to do it. It's my view on it, and it's out of this. This is where, like, the Blue Jackets, play harder this season and play better this season in memory of their former teammate, and they go out to try and win as many games for him, and it may unite the Blue Jackets a bit more, losing one of their teammates and one of their friends. It may really unite that dressing room and that organisation, where for recent seasons it has been a bit of a disunited dressing room and a bit of a organisation meandering from where they were. I mean, ironically, this may actually bind the team together and really motivate the team to be more of a unified locker room and point in the right direction. And this, ironically, could be on a playing standpoint, might actually get the team playing better. It gives them a cause and it gives them a focus that they've lost a really good friend and a really good teammate, and someone who was well respected in the game, and that might really motivate the team to, put in a shift for their, former teammate. And we saw it in with the Flyers when Pelle Lindbergh died in a drink drive accident back in the 80s. Ron Hextall, they just then went on a tear and became one of the best goaltenders in the NHL, and they, I believe, made a Stanley Cup final following Pelle Lindbergh's tragic passing. And it united that dressing room, and that tragic news, really sparked them into life a little bit for a couple of seasons. That's on a playing standpoint, but you look at the tributes pouring out in Calgary outside the Saddledome. It's definitely united hockey fandom. It's very rare you get hockey fans all united. It's not just in the NHL or in North America, but around the world. It's very rare that you get other figures in other sports, and communities all over the world uniting in a way. And I've seen it. I've seen other sports give statements, and other fan groups give out statements, and it takes a lot to unite an entire sports fan base. But some dickhead in New Jersey has done that, and I can see that he's gonna have a rough time. The guy who's killed the Goudreau brothers in this drink driving, he probably is going to have a very, very brutal time in county jail until his court date. He's going to get absolutely battered, which is what happens in the US legal system, in the jails. It happens. Would the League of Ireland be similar to the National League? I would say the Irish National League of Ireland would be, I would say, comparable to League Two, League One at best. I think it's definitely improved from where it was 20, 30 years ago. The players are more professional. They always miss out the Brazilian league. That could be to do with rights issues, copyright issues, and league rights and image rights in regards to finances. I think a lot of the South American leagues that's due to image rights issues and legal stuff and corporate legal stuff. Again, EA Games has licensing, and obviously you know why they're not allowed to have FIFA on the title anymore. It's all to do with money, licensing, copyright, player likenesses, revenue sharing. There's a lot of reasons why the South American leagues don't, get on the FIFA games or the EA games. Although Football Manager, if you play Football Manager, they do. And again, it's all to do with licensing and copyright and revenue sharing and various things that the various leagues do. Yeah, look, there's been a lot of criticism of EA games over many years now. And as someone who hasn't played the old FIFAs for a long time and doesn't actually game anymore for that matter, for me, I fell out of love with the FIFA franchise a long time ago, and the Pro Evo franchise a long time ago, the various footballing games a long time ago. But a lot of it's to do with licensing and FIFA Pro and the various domestic football leagues, players' associations, and revenue sharing. And we've seen this before in the NHL with revenue sharing, with players' likeness and image rights, which led to the 93 or 94 players' strike? One of the player strikes before the first lockout was to do with image rights, and a lot of that was to do with the hockey cards. Ironically, their images on posters and hockey cards and merchandise was why there was a player strike, which delayed the playoffs. Revenue sharing. So various leagues have signed up with various licensing and revenue sharing, and obviously EA Games and FIFA came to blows over money, which is why the FIFA name is dropped from the title of the game and the licensing. I have some news you might find interesting. Nottingham Forest are looking to buy Trent Rockets 100 cricket team. Oh yeah, because they play at Trent Bridge and have started a netball Super League team. Well, the owner's Greek, and obviously in Greece, clubs are multi-sport clubs. But Bristol City, their ownership group's already done that with what they're doing in Bristol, because they also have the rugby union team. That doesn't surprise me that a team owner wants to have multiple teams in the same city under his ownership and sort of make it a multi-sports club type dynamic or a multi-sport team ownership kind of group. It's very common in the US. It's very common in continental Europe that in a city or in a district of a city, you'll have the football club, the rugby union club or rugby league club, cycling club, tennis, roller hockey, basketball, ice hockey, all under the same ownership group. They do it in they do that in most European countries. It's that multi-sports club. Evening, hello. It's good to see a Norwich City fan in the chat. But yeah, let me just see if anyone's actually given a super chat this evening. Fan funding. That is disappointing. No one has given a super chat this evening. I'm really disappointed with that. I'm really disappointed that no one's given a super chat this evening. But look, we've only been eligible for monetization now for a couple of days, so I wasn't expecting miracles. It would just be nice to see people leave super chats, but it is what it is. It's early days. For all those in the chat, if you notice down where you will leave your comments, there is the money symbol available, and of course that means super chats are available. And if you've watched any other channels with their live streams, that's how some channels really engage with their audience, especially when with audience donations. So that option is now available. San Jose is the Sharks in the NHL. It's the San Jose Sharks who play in San Jose, which is in Silicon Valley in California, which is why their home arena is called the SAP Arena, which is a big tech firm over in California. The San Jose Sharks. I watched an interview where the guy who designed the original logo and all the team logos was talking about the process of behind the logo's design and the team colors and the whole process of going from scratch when the team is announced as an expansion team to actually getting all the merchandise designed and all the team logos, team colors, and why they went with the color scheme of teal, which was very unique in the sports world, apart from obviously the Miami Dolphins, and how they went around the purple and teal color scheme and how they developed the San Jose brand and how on the merchandise aspect of things in the 90s, it was the most popular merchandise, NHL merchandise, alongside the Mighty Ducks merchandise. The two California teams who came into the league in the 90s, their merchandise really sold really, really well at a time when the NHL was at a crossroads financially. Even now, I think they have one of the best NHL logos and team colors. The Six Nations spoiler incident. I like that, the spoiler incident. I've always done my match reviews and discussions the same way, and I'm not going to change how I do them. In fact, my rugby union videos always seem to do very, very well on views and engagement when I do my match reviews and rugby union content. I've found that very interesting. Very interesting that my rugby union content always seems to do really, really well. I look back at the most popular videos on the channel, and consistently for average views, rugby union content does really, really well, and always has done really, really well. And the engagement I get when I do my reviews and all that, I just like to do them differently to other channels, other sports channels, and it's just how I've done them. I wouldn't say there's too many football channels. I just find that my rugby league content does really well. My rugby union content does really well. And some of my football content does well. I think it depends on the subject matter. Is it an FA Cup game? Is it to do with a specific club? So some of my football club history videos have actually got really good view counts. Others don't. I do think there's some market saturation and also sporting fatigue. There were periods this NRL season, for example, where I just tuned out for a good 4 to 5 weeks. I just went, no, I need a break from it. I got a little bit of just a little bit of fatigue, and I just needed a break. I missed some really good games apparently, and some major swings in the league table, and some teams dropped off, and some teams picked up form. Some players suspended. That's the thing. Need to talk about Latrell Mitchell and his suspension, and what the NRL are going to do, and what the South Sydney Rabbitohs are going to do. Because he's going to get a 1-game ban regardless, and he's going to get a 20,000 Australian dollar fine from the NRL. Internally, the Rabbitohs have fined him 100,000 Australian dollars, but the club want to have his suspension served this season, even though he's not going to play again this season. The NRL want him to serve his 1-game suspension next season when he's fit to play again. And we shall see. You know someone at work who's a Featherstone Rovers fan. Yeah, rugby league in this country. I need to do a video on my thoughts on the grading system and IMG's involvement, and that could be quite divisive. It could be quite interesting. But again, I have my views on the state of rugby league in this country. I might do that as a members video. So remember to get those memberships. Memberships are now available. Support the channel as a member. You get exclusive content. I might do some more rugby league stuff. My views on the state of rugby league in this country and where they're going and stuff like that. Well, hey, so we have our first pound. I've earned 70p there. I've just earned 70p. Way, because Google takes 30%, which is a thing. Google takes 30% of any money I earn. So I've got 70p. Woo! Is the NFL worth getting into as a British sports fan? It's totally up to you. I think yes. I've got nothing against. I mean, I've got some NFL merch. You know, I wear some of my NFL jerseys. You'll notice in some of my videos I'm wearing my Dolphins jersey or my 49ers jersey. There's nothing against being an NFL fan and engaging and enjoying the NFL. I watch casually. I watch the occasional game. I'm not as much. I'm not as big a fan as I used to be. I used to watch the NFL a lot more. I don't watch it as much these days. The older I've got, I watch it less. That's not to say that I don't like the NFL, and I think the NFL is bad. I think the NFL needs to improve as a product and speed up play. They could do things better, and there's things they do really, really well. They market themselves really well. They make a lot of money. It's a very profitable league. There are aspects of the gameplay that I think could be improved. But then Lewis Rees-Zammit making that crossover from rugby union to the NFL, I think, has created a lot of headlines and a lot of discussion. And you know, that might attract more British fans who are rugby union fans to look at the NFL because a high-profile player has gone over there. I think he's done better than Christian Wade did when he decided to make the switch, partly because he's made it earlier in his career, his athletic career. But I don't think Lewis Rees-Zammit's going to be the last high-profile rugby union player or rugby league player, for that matter, to give American football a go. There are a lot of NFL fans in the UK, yes. I think in part because of the NFL London series, and taking the games to London since 2007 has definitely helped build up the fan base here over many years. I think it's plateaued a little bit now though, which is possibly another reason why the NFL are looking at Germany, taking games to Germany and engaging with the German market. But it's financially been successful and has definitely built up a certain number of fans here in the UK. It's going to be interesting to see long term what the growth is with the NFL in the UK, but it's definitely built up a fan base here. Well, the next Football World Cup final between Argentina and Spain, potentially, but look, that's 3 years away, 2-3 years away. So, it's 2 years away, isn't it? It's a year and a half, really. But a lot can happen in the next 23 months. A lot can happen between now and 2026. So much can happen. And we just don't know what the conditions and the playing surface and the atmosphere is going to be like over there. And we saw what happened with the Copa America and the issues with the Copa America, especially the final, and a lot of the issues with the games. playing surfaces not being great, very similar to the Euros. There was a lot of question marks over the quality of pitches. But a lot can happen. A lot can happen. Am I into F1? I used to be. I'm more into my endurance racing now, like the Le Mans series and the IMSA endurance series, and my NASCAR and touring cars and motorbikes, rallying. I don't enjoy F1 anymore. I haven't watched it for a long time. I don't miss watching it. I think it's lost a bit. I think they've over commercialized it. I think they've got things wrong. I think Liberty Media are taking it down a direction that I don't like, and it's not going in the direction that I like. And I just don't feel connected to the sport anymore. Do you think the NFL could come up with a rugby sevens type tournament version that could be played at the Olympics? No. No. The NFL teams wouldn't release their players. Team owners wouldn't release their players because there will be discussions. This is why the NHL's had issues with the IOC. There'll be who's paying for the players' medical insurance, appearance fees, all that. And while there are obviously a lot of international players within the NFL who could represent Canada or Samoa or the UK or Australia, there's not enough international players of high enough standing to fully make up rosters of a decent enough standard where it wouldn't be the US winning every single gold medal. So I don't see it happening. It's taken long enough for the NHL and the IOC to have some kind of agreement in place for the NHL players to participate at the Olympics again. And again, player insurance, player medical, who pays the players, appearance fees, all that, and the teams and the team owners. I mean, that's their asset. A high-profile player gets injured, can't play the regular season. That club country debate comes up again. We've seen a lot of sports when players are selected for international duty, their clubs generally kick up a fuss and generally complain. The players want to play internationally and represent their country at as many international events as possible, but their clubs are their employers. How old am I? I'm 34. I'm nearly 35. I'm getting old. I'm in my mid-30s. So yeah, I'm in my mid-30s. I'm 35 in just over 4 months. And I've been doing this now for 7 years. I've been doing YouTube for about 7 years now. Look, I enjoy it as a hobby. I've always made that clear. I've had some low points as a creator. I have. I'm not going to lie. But I do enjoy doing it. It is fun. It is fun. It is enjoyable. What do you think is possibly the worst ever FIFA World Cup? That's a tough one. The worst World Cup I've seen for quality of football is either USA 94 or South Africa 2010. But I wouldn't say USA 94 or South Africa 2010 were terrible. That's a tough one. I've been watching international football since 1992, so I'm getting old. Oh God, I've just aged myself really badly there. I've been watching international football since I could talk and walk, so that's 32 years of international football I've been watching. And it's really hard to go, that was a terrible, terrible tournament. some tournaments were better than others. There's no doubt on that. It's either for fan atmosphere or some of the goals scored or numbers of goals scored or two quality sides, and how the play evolved. Sometimes some tournaments defences are on top, sometimes attack is on top, sometimes it's a really balanced attack and defence and entertaining. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. I think obviously the most controversial World Cup is Qatar, but actually that wasn't a terrible tournament, if I'm being honest. A lot of people will say USA 94. A lot of people will say that. And it was a low scoring tournament. Other people will say South Africa 2010 as one of their least favourite World Cups. Some people might even say Russia. But I wouldn't say there's an overall terrible one. Just there are others. Some are better than others as an experience, as a viewing experience, and the quality of play, and the quality of outcomes. But generally speaking, I've never disliked watching a tournament or found a tournament not enjoyable. I've just enjoyed some more than others. And when you look at it objectively, when you break it down on a technical standpoint, and this is more analytically and technically, when instead of just enjoying it as a neutral go, or this team attacked really well, this team defended really poorly, or whatever, when you look at it on a technical standpoint, and this is very, very important how I'm wording this, I would say the most entertaining football I have watched in my lifetime was between 96, 97 through till about 2009. That's when I feel football as a sport was at its best and most competitive, with a lot of top players playing at a lot of different clubs. And, a mid-table side would be stacked with international quality talent. That's when I feel football was at its best. I think the last decade and a half, I think the quality has been less, which has allowed two players to really dominate the game in Messi and Ronaldo. Messi and Ronaldo wouldn't make the top 10 players 20 years ago. And that's my mic drop moment. I don't think Messi and Ronaldo would have made the top 10 or top 15 players 20, 30 years ago, because there were so many good players playing the game. And that's my personal opinion. The fanboys of Ronaldo and Messi it's painful. It's almost cringeworthy on social media. But, that's the age we live in. And yeah, as I say, in my opinion, 20 years ago, they don't make the top 10 for me. And they never will make the top 10 for me, because the quality of player they played against is less. The quality we see is less. Players are more Android, I suppose. They're more manufactured. The flair's been coached out of players. Players don't play what's in front of them. They have to play to a structure. They're overcoached. The game has become a bit sterile and predictable. And that's why I like things, that's why I like ice hockey and rugby league, for example, is there's a lot of players who are creative, who are very unpredictable. And they play what's in front of them, which is why you've got players like Conor McDavid, for example. Am I a McDavid fan? No. But he can create something out of nothing. I mean, today, for example, or yesterday if you're in Australia or New Zealand, but today over here, Sean Johnson played his last ever professional game as a rugby league player. The winning try he creates is he played one of the best second halves I've ever seen a player play. And I've seen some fantastic games where Sean Johnson is the best player. Some fantastic performances over many, many years, over 14, 15 years of professional. That second half today for the Warriors was one of the best games I've ever seen him play. That best 40 minutes I've ever seen him play in his last ever game. He's the same age as me, except his body is a bit more broken than mine. And there's a reason why he's decided to retire this season. Then he could have gone another year, but he's decided to retire. That was the best 40 minutes I've seen a player play in a long time. But then again, it's sort of like Katoni Staggs a couple of weeks ago for Brisbane. He basically became a one-man wrecking ball, and he just by pure energy and commitment helped turn a game. But no, I do feel in a lot of sports, players are manufactured to be sort of, I wouldn't say one-dimensional, but to fit a certain role, they're manufactured, and they are overcoached, and they're a bit android-like and a bit machine-like. They've got to fit a system rather than the system fit the player. The player's got to fit the system, and there's no doubt the fitness is a lot better, but the actual skill level and entertainment factor, I think, is we've lost a bit. I think we've lost a bit over the years, and so I found the last couple of tournaments a bit less entertaining than the previous. So the last 2 or 3 international tournaments a little bit less entertaining than what came before. I think the 2014 World Cup was quite entertaining. The 2014 World Cup through to I'm going to say the Euros, where we had a Wembley final. So the last World Cup and the last Euros, the quality levels dropped off again a little bit. There were some feel-good stories. There were some underdog stories. There were some big shocks, which I was expecting. But I really thoroughly enjoyed the 2014 World Cup in Brazil, even though Brazil obviously imploded in that semi-final and lost 7-1. But I did enjoy that World Cup. I'm not going to lie, there were some great performances there. I did enjoy the 2016 Euros. I think there were some, good stories that came out of 2016. 2018 World Cup, there were some very enjoyable moments. I'm not going to lie, there were some very, very enjoyable moments in the 2018 World Cup in Russia. And some very good goals scored. And the Euros in 2021 that was delayed by a year, I felt was very good and was a lot more goal scoring. Only one goalless game. So you're thinking we're trending for goals a game going up, more open play, more end-to-end play, and therefore more entertaining because a lot more mistakes, but more entertaining. And that's the key thing is entertainment. And more open play and less structure and a bit more, high energy and mistakes make entertainment. But then when you look at it on a technical standpoint, I do think the quality level has declined. The quality level, but every sport has its different eras where there's evolution, where point scoring's up or down, defenses are on top, attacks on top, pace of the game, certain styles of play and tactics, and each sport definitely evolves and continues to evolve and fluctuate over time. And this is obviously my personal opinion on football. My personal opinion on rugby league, I think, while I would love to see, them allow fighting again and bring back the biff, and fans like to see a bit of the rough stuff, and players like to throw punches. And don't get me wrong, I love the old State of Origin all-in brawls and some of the Super League and Challenge Cup all-in brawls and the international punch-ups. The game has evolved, and obviously the game is now fully aware of the impacts of head injuries, concussions. I think rugby league is doing better in regards to mitigating concussions than other sports. I think ice hockey and rugby league are doing better on concussion management than other sports and are being a bit more proactive. In that regard, I still think there's a long way to go in regards to getting the system better. And also with player discipline in that regard, and certain issues there. But don't get me wrong, we do like a good old biff every now and then, a good old stink, where the players just throw hands and really have an all-in brawl. I think fans love it. Fans actually love it. The administrators don't, and but the TV companies do because their ratings go through the roof. Ironically, and when you've got a sport that is heavily reliant on gate receipts, if your TV ratings go up and your advertising revenues go up because of things like that, yeah, you might reconsider. But obviously, rugby league wanting to try and appeal to a wider audience, especially to the American audience, um, and trying to grow the game and trying to keep people from putting their kids out of playing and youth involvement, and also growing the women's game. They're mindful of that. They're mindful of the middle class, what they call soccer mums in America and Australia, who don't like little Timmy getting roughed up on a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon because the game's a bit too physical. They're very mindful of the middle class mums and dads pulling their kids out of playing rugby league and ice hockey, these sports. They're very, very mindful. But the working class parents, they see it as character building, as positive for the community, and it's part of the community DNA. It's working class sports, and yeah, but I think rugby league, the quality of rugby, the skill level has improved massively. The fitness is ridiculous now. The players are bigger, faster, stronger than they were 20 years ago. And it's the same with ice hockey. The players are bigger, faster, stronger than they were 20, 30 years ago. The speed of the game is ridiculous. The collisions are ridiculous. Delia Smith finally sold a stake in Norwich to an American owners from the Milwaukee Brewers. Yeah, we're seeing more and more of this now. American investment. I think eventually more US investment will occur in other sports. And we already have US investment in the NRL. There's some American money in the NRL, which is another reason why the NRL is taking games to Vegas. They want to have American investment. Not only do they want the gambling money, but they want that American investment. They want that investment in their clubs to help with the finances of the game, and they want that international viewership. And if marketed correctly, and if they actually get, the timings right and the audience right, they're using Fox as the broadcast. Fox in the US as the sports broadcaster. They could use ESPN, but they're going with Fox to get in as many homes as possible. If they get that right, they could definitely grow their audience. There's already a following of the NRL in the US, partly because of COVID. And when the sport resumed play in 2020, the viewership figures went through the roof. And so they're fully mindful of that, and they want to grow the viewership. But I'm not surprised that yet another ownership stake in a football club here is an American ownership stake. And whether that's we can always argue. We've argued for many years the pros and cons of American money in the game and American investment in the game, over not just here in the UK but across Europe. And that discussion's been had for some time now, and it's going to be interesting to see if American investment goes from just football to other sports. I think it already has, but how much more investment in other sports we end up with American money. It's going to be interesting long term to see the investment trends and where the money ends up going. And it's now going to be interesting to see what happens with Norwich alongside a whole host of other clubs when it comes to club finances, with the new spending rules that are now in place and profit loss rules and profitability. rules and revenues and how they calculate club compliance financially with the rules they're trying to bring into place. It's going to be very, very, very interesting to see how that all, works out. It's going to be very, very interesting how that all works out. But we shall see. We shall see. Before I go, I do want to point out that super chats are now available. So if you look in the chat section, you will see the dollar symbol. So super chats are now available, and of course channel memberships are now available, and there will be members only videos that will be posted to the channel in the coming days. So keep your eyes peeled on channel memberships, which are already set up and ready to go. And as I say, super chats and super donations for the channel are now available. Ultimately, the next goal is full monetization with ad revenue, but we've got to get the view hours up on the channel. But I do have a sneaky suspicion there's going to be some big sports stories that occur in the next days and weeks and months that are going to get a lot of views and a lot of discussion. I have a sneaky suspicion there's going to be a high-profile sacking or a high-profile suspension of a player, or a sacking of a manager, or some major player movement where a high-profile player either retires or changes team or whatever it may be. So there's definitely going to be some big NRL off-season news. There's definitely going to be, I think, some head coaches potentially losing their jobs in the NRL, which could create some discussion. I think Kevy Walters at Brisbane is under a lot of pressure. The future of the West Tigers, there's a bit more uncertainty with the West Tigers, so that's going to be interesting. Will the Balmain Western Suburbs merger be coming to an end, even though the Western Suburbs, the Magpies side of things, own a huge chunk of the Balmain side of things? American investments started in British basketball, all things. Again, not surprised. I'm not surprised that is starting to occur. There's a lot of things that don't surprise me anymore in regards to sports investment. And with Wigan and Warrington taking a game to Vegas next year as part of the NRL Vegas package, I wouldn't be surprised if the RFL and club owners start looking to the US for potential investment. That wouldn't surprise me, if I'm being honest. I think that is a potential. And again, it's going to be interesting to see, where US sports investment in this country goes. And it's not just in this country, but it's in other leagues around the world that aren't American, where there's either a media interest or a corporate interest. And I think the NRL is the next major league where there could be significant US investment long term, because they are taking games to the US, to Vegas, and they have committed to a long term plan. It wouldn't surprise me if that is the next major league where there's a lot of American money eventually getting pumped into it. Wouldn't surprise me at all. That really wouldn't. If anything, I'll be surprised if they didn't, invest into the NRL, and buy stakes in clubs and invest with sponsorship and partnerships and try and grow the game financially that way. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the next major investment route for American sports team owners and potential investors. With the amount of money that the NRL has made this year alone from the Vegas games, would not surprise me in the slightest if they double down on that. But yeah, there we go. Has anyone? I mean, I know it's very early in the season, but I can, as I said, I think Sean Dyche is under the most pressure this season, and Eric Ten Hag. I think if Man United have a indifferent season, um, I think he could potentially be another manager. Well, he's going to be under pressure, but I think with Radcliffe and his minority stake and some of the decisions being taken at the boardroom at Old Trafford, Man United, the future of Old Trafford, their proposals, etc., etc. We will see. Chelsea's another one. Chelsea's another club where I can see if they don't take that next step this season, could there be another managerial change there? There's a few clubs where I can see managers getting the chop this season. Everton being one, Man United, and Chelsea. I think Chelsea, they're an enigma. Their transfer policy is an enigma. Man United, they're an enigma. And Everton are in serious trouble. Everton are in serious trouble. And I think Sean Dyche is not long for the Everton job. And I feel sorry for him because the club has been so badly run, is in such a state off the field, that it's now starting to impact the on-field products, and it's getting harder and harder to get players to sign for the club and stick around as well. Do I think this will be a better season? Do I think? No, I think they're in trouble. Everton are in trouble. I don't think Sean Dyche is the manager by the end of September or end of October at this rate. I don't see how, with the start they've had and the fact the transfer window shuts in 3 hours, I don't see how Everton can get out of this situation unless Sean Dyche really comes up with some kind of managerial masterclass, and decides to promote all the youth players. I can't see how Everton are going to turn this around. I really can't. He's got a, yeah. Everton's in trouble, and they've been treading water now for several seasons, and basically they've been treading water since David Moyes left. They've made a lot of really poor decisions in regards to managerial appointments. Ancelotti was a flash in the pan for them when they finished 8th, but they've been treading water since David Moyes was there. They've only made the one FA Cup final since 1995 and had a handful of European appearances. And I just don't know what the club identity is anymore, what the club philosophy is anymore, the direction the club's taking. And I think Sean Dyche is not long for the job at Everton. The start they've had to the season hasn't been great. They can't score goals, and they can't defend. And bloody moth! Fuck off, bug. So I think it's going to be a very long season for Everton fans, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't. I wish they were competitive, and I wish they were further up the table and competing. But it's just they've got no money. The ownership is in, the ownership hasn't been great. There's no stability in the boardroom. They've made some really poor transfer decisions and contract decisions. They've had a lot of managerial turnover since David Moyes. There's been no managerial stability. There's been no on-field success. The youth system isn't producing the same quality of talent that it was 20 years ago. And yeah, I really am concerned about Everton. I really am very concerned. No, Blackburn have had a decent start to the season. I'm quite happy with the start to the season. It's been a solid start to the season, and historically we are slow starters, so I'm happy with the start of the season, considering last season and how we fell away and survived on the last day. I'm quite happy with the start of the season, but it's a long season and many things can happen. And I don't take anything for granted. And there's a lot of predictions that we were going to struggle this season, and that it was a mistake to get John Eustace as manager when we did, and etc. etc. But we'll see how the season plays out. I think we'll do better than what people. I think we'll do a lot better than a lot of the fans expect. I'll be happy with a mid-table finish or on the edge of the playoffs again. If we get into the playoffs, even better, because it means extra revenue for the club. And we'll see how the season plans out. I don't think we're ready for the Premier League. I mean, crikey, we survived on the last day of the season, but I can't see us structurally being ready for the Premier League for a long, long time. At least not with the current ownership. I think there needs to be different owners in charge of the club for return to the Premier League to be sustainable and a long-term plan. Who would have predicted going into the first international break that Sunderland would be top of the table and have a 100% record? No one, I think, is the answer to that one. Sunderland, like a lot of clubs, have been all over the place in regards to the on-field product and the ownership in the boardroom. There has not been stability at Sunderland for a very, very long time. It's been a very unstable club, a lot of instability, but a very historical club and historically very successful. And I've done, as I say, done the club history and and as I say, very historical club, historically very successful as well, having periods of success. Great club, great history, but has been poorly run for a very long time and very chaotic, I think, is a good way to describe Sunderland over the last 2, maybe 3 decades. There have been some real high points and some real low points, and there's been some interesting storylines to come out of Sunderland over the years, good and bad. There's been some great players that played for the club. They've had some great wins, some great performances, some great moments. There's been some real low points as well over the years, some of the worst Premier League seasons ever. But the fact that they're top of the league and they got a 100% start to the season so early on is really good going into the international break. But we shall see how the team carries on when we return from the international break, and how the next month or so goes before the next international break, where the team's at in October, November, going into the Christmas period and the January transfer window. That's going to be when we're about there, the festive periods, when I start judging teams on where they're at and how they're performing. That's when I start judging teams and the performances and where teams are at and the direction teams are taking. And that's the make or break part of many a team's season, is the festive period and the fixture congestion, and then that second transfer window as well. Gateshead are the only National League side to be unbeaten this season. Yeah, the stadium issues. I think they were unfairly treated at the end of last season. I think the Football League and National League and the FA need to really look at themselves. The stadium is a Football League quality stadium. and I think they could have appealed that decision. But legal cases cost money, and in the lower levels of football, money is hard to come by. But if they continue to block their promotion, if they've done it on the field by merit, I think there is case for legal challenge. The only other way I think they can get around their problems is to approach Newcastle United and ask for a ground share agreement until their permanent stadium issues can be resolved. That's the only way I can see it. Allowing them into the Football League would be a ground share agreement with Newcastle United while their own stadium issues are resolved. I don't know. I don't fully understand the issues with the Gateshead Stadium. I'm not fully understanding of the problems. That's something I'm going to have to look into. I think it's something to do with the lease arrangement with the council and policing arrangements. I think it's something to do with their agreement with local council who own the stadium, of their lease and the length of term of their lease and contractual things to do with their lease and game time, and because they were going into the playoffs. Various lease agreements, I think. I'm not fully clued up on the situation. I'm sure Gateshead fans could probably add more to the conversation than I can. But when I end up doing the Gateshead club history video, I will probably get a better understanding through research and understanding that way. But they're not the first club to have had their promotion blocked by the Football League before as a National League side, or what was a conference or non-league side in the past. Back in the day when you had to apply for your league membership, Altrincham were denied entry into the Football League on multiple occasions in the 60s and 70s. So Gateshead United aren't the... is it Gateshead United? I know. Well, Gateshead aren't the first club to have their entry into the Football League or potential entry into the Football League blocked by the Football League itself by not meeting certain requirements or whatever it may be. I have to have a look into what was the cause with the stadium issue being the issue. I know the stadium was the issue. I don't know if it's the lease agreements or the quality of the stadium, if there's temporary stands or whatever it may be. But as I say, Gateshead are not the first club to have been denied the possibility of promotion or promotion to the Football League from the non-league. Altrincham famously had multiple issues, as well did other clubs, when it was election to the Football League and you had to put yourself up for readmittance as well as a Football League club every season. You had to be voted in by the other members and appeal your case, basically state your case and survive basically before promotion relegation. But I think this is a unique one in regards to being blocked the ability to play in the playoffs and gain promotion. Back in July, Spencer Gore acquired a 60% majority stake in Chelmsford. Gore expressing ambitions to elevate Chelmsford to the Football League. There's a few non-league clubs who have aspirations of making the Football League at some point. Non-league football is struggling financially, and a lot of clubs are struggling financially, and there's great uncertainty throughout the footballing pyramid, regardless of the level clubs are at, including in the Football League and even in the Premier League. There's great uncertainty. And finances are precarious. And so the question has to be asked of every sport, not just football. Where's all the money gone? And we ask this every time, and there has to be questions on financial transparency and, sports governance and transparency of governance. And the recurring theme is, where's the money gone? The amount of money that's been injected into professional sport because of TV rights and sponsorship and commercial, not just gate receipts and ticket sales and such, but from all forms of revenue. Questions need to be asked regularly. Where has all the money gone? Where's it gone? We've had some massive TV deals signed with a lot of sports, and the COVID pandemic highlighted that there has been chronic financial mismanagement of the highest order for a long period of time. And questions do need to be asked in regards to financial and governance transparency with professional sport, and where that money has gone, and how it's been spent, how it's been invested, and why multiple professional sports and multiple professional teams are basically bankrupt. They did. Well, the Blackpool situation, how they passed the director's test, or the fit and proper person's test, but the director's test is beyond me. How they stayed in charge and owned Blackpool for as long as they did with all the legal challenges is beyond me. But scarily, and I say this, scarily, they aren't the worst owners ever in professional sport, in any league or any team around the world. They're not the worst owners. There have been worse owners than the Oyston family by some margin. There have been worse owners in professional sport than the Oystons. That is what's generally terrifying. Is they were never fit to be football club owners, but somehow they were. But there have been worse owners than them. And that is generally terrifying. That there are owners currently who are worse than them, and in the past who've been worse than them, and that is the reality. And we see it a lot in North American pro sports. A lot of owners in North American pro sports make the Oystons look like saints. Oh yeah, a lot of the North American sports, and a lot of the major leagues in North America, some of the ownership is shocking. Very controversial, and quite frankly, quite poor. Almost criminally so. There are some really bad owners in North America. There's a few bad owners and investors in Australia and New Zealand, with the professional teams there. Across Europe, there's some bad owners and bad club directors and club presidents. So bad ownership in football is, as we say here in the UK, or bad sports owners here in the UK, there are some really bad ones historically and right now in the major leagues in North America, for example, and some of the major sports leagues and sports teams around the world. Bad ownership isn't just an English thing or a British thing. It's more commonplace than people realise. And in the US and Canada, there have historically been some really, really bad ownership who aren't fondly remembered or fondly thought of now. And there's a lot of leagues and a lot of sports and a lot of teams I can do videos on, but you look at the North American major leagues and there's a lot. What are the chances, if any, of bad North American owners buying in England? What the chances? It's already happened. You look at what's happening at Chelsea. You look at Man United. For example, Gillette and Hicks at Liverpool back in the day. Randy Lerner at Aston Villa back in the day. Some of them did manage to pass. And some of them are still owners now. So the chances are quite high, quite frankly. And there needs to be a full review of how sports teams are funded and owned, and more transparency in regards to the ownership system. I do think we need to have more fan involvement and more fan shares in clubs or fan ownership potentially. And definitely we need to look at our ownership model. The German model seems to work quite well, but we need to have a look at sports team ownership and the model that we currently have in this country. At the moment, it's not good enough. At the moment, there's not enough transparency and there's not enough accountability, in my opinion. Too many bad actors can acquire shares or assets within sports teams and use it as a way to legitimize their bad actions. That's a good way to put it. It's professional sport is used as a vehicle by some very dodgy people to either make money or operate. I don't think it has yet. I think that was the previous government. We've had a change in government, obviously, this summer. We've got a new government. Where it fits on the government agenda is going to be interesting. But the pressure is still there for action to be taken. And that pressure is not going to go away. And I think it would be smart and wise of the government to review and bring forward similar legislation that was promised by the last government. It would be in their interest to definitely be in the public interest to look at not just football but in general professional sport. It would definitely be in the public interest to have a look at legislation in regards to professional sports funding and financial transparency. But as far as I know, no legislation's been passed yet. And that discussion seems to have gone on the back burner. There was a lot of pressure put on the last government because of certain things that happened over the last 5 or 6 years, including the European Super League and the COVID pandemic. There was definitely growing pressure, I would say in the last decade or so, but especially more so in the last 5 or 6 years, the pressure was building and it was becoming very, very public, and there was a lot of protests. And there was a mood and a trend. The investors who wanted to buy Everton are really bad. I know about the 777 partners and the issues in regards to their application to be allowed to purchase Everton that fell through. There was concerns about them being linked with the club at the time, but Everton are struggling anyway, and I do fear for the future of Everton Football Club and their future Premier League existence. I do fear for their future Premier League existence. So there is that. But there were massive concerns when they approached the Everton board with a takeover offer when they did a couple of years ago, and then obviously it never materialised, and they weren't going to pass the directors' test to be able to begin purchasing the club, and then they couldn't prove source of funds, and there's issues with some of their other sports team ownerships that they have, some of their other sporting investments, and ultimately their approach has been rejected. In saying that, Everton have problems, they have no money. You look at the state of their start of the season, the state of their squad. As I say, I don't think Sean Dyche is the manager come come the end of next month, as early as next month. I mean, Sean Dyche, I don't think sees out the season, and I think Everton are in for a relegation scrap this season. Like, they've been treading water for a while, as I say. And when Sean Dyche does get the chop, I think the implosion of that football club is going to be very. Basically, Everton are potentially the next Leeds United, and that could have devastating impacts not only on Everton Football Club but the wider footballing ecosystem. They've got this new stadium that they're trying to build, and that's going to hamper the club financially for a while. Going to take a long time to pay that stadium off, and they've got no spare cash to buy players. Sean Dyche is going to have to pull off a managerial masterclass to get Everton out of the situation they're currently in with their slow start. And he's been very, very public and acknowledged that they haven't got the money in the transfer kitty to invest. 777 partners ruined the British Basketball League. Well, I'm fully aware, not that I know a lot about 777 partners, but I do know that there were concerns about some of their previous sporting investments and some of their transparency and fitness to operate in sport. Everton are no doubt a Premier League team. They used to be the best non-top. Everton used to be one of the best teams in the country. They've consistently been in the top flight since the early 1950s. They've only spent, I think, 3 seasons in total outside of the top flight in their history since the Football League brought in a second division. So they've spent the most consecutive seasons currently in the top flight and the most seasons in total in the top flight ever. So in that regard, they've been the most consistent team. And they've won Europe. They've won the Cup Winners'. I think they've won the UEFA Cup as well. They've been very successful in Europe. One of the most successful domestic teams for trophies won, both League and FA Cup and League Cup. Very successful side historically. The Dixie Dean has the goal scoring record for a single league season. Everton player. But if they were to get relegated from the top flight, I don't think the club would recover for a very long time. I mean, they intend to move out of Goodison Park. I'm not sure if it's 2025 or 2026 and move into their new stadium. And that's cost them a lot of money. And because of that stadium build, the debt the club has is ridiculous. They can't buy any new players. And they're bottom of the league right now. No, I don't think they will. I honestly think that if Everton were to go down, it would be a Leeds United type situation. And could potentially have very serious consequences for the club. Very serious consequences for the club. They've got no money for players. For them to bounce straight back up and sustain themselves, they need to spend money. But yeah, they've got this new stadium they're building, and if they do overrun with that, that could be disastrous. So they need to complete that stadium on time and on budget, not over budget. And but there's a lot of things they need to get right. when Leeds went down, did parachute payments exist? Leeds went into administration regardless of parachute payments. They were really financially buggered. They had a couple of administrations when they went down. They were really unstable off the field. They ended up in League One at one point. Leeds were in serious trouble when they went down. Look at Portsmouth since they've gone down. They haven't been back up. Hull, Blackburn, several ex-Premier League clubs have never recovered. Bradford City is a prime example. They basically bankrupted themselves to stay in the Premier League for 2 seasons. Huddersfield, another one. Bolton. There's loads of ex-Premier League clubs that are currently really struggling in League One, League Two, and Championship. But I do believe parachute payments, I think, had been put in place by the time Leeds went down. Ken Bates, much like Peter, he bought Chelsea for basically a couple of quid a pint and a pack of cigarettes, and he sold them to Abramovich for stupid money. Peter Ridsdale was the guy in charge of Leeds when they were relegated. Ken Bates came along and bought them for pennies. Now, Leeds right now have got good ownership. They have money behind them. But it took them a very long time to get back to the Premier League, and they didn't stay in the Premier League very long. They didn't take that next step. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can return to the Premier League this coming season, where they finish in the Championship, because the Championship is very, very competitive. Yeah, Ken Bates is a very, very controversial and divisive figure. Very controversial, very divisive, and very famously wanted to bring in an electric fencing on the scale of a concentration camps, prisoner of war camp, World War II style electric fencing, very famously. And that was I think back in the late 80s, early 90s. And he was very controversial while he was owner of Chelsea, while he was involved with Chelsea Football Club. Very controversial. And of course, he controversially sold the club to Roman Abramovich. On Charlton Athletic, they've had some bad ownership in the past and some, uncertainty in the past. They had stadium uncertainty at one point. They did have money problems. They've had some dodgy ownership as well at times. Another stadium supposed to be used in the Euros is Casement Park in Northern. Yeah, there's a lot of discussions around stadiums but it was the same with the Rugby League World Cup when we had that. Some of the stadiums that were shortlisted for that were later dropped from use as fixturing was delaying the World Cup, Rugby League World Cup by a year. Some of the stadiums that were meant to be used weren't in the end. And there's going to be a lot of stadiums with improvements and developments done to them for the Euros in 2028. We'll have to see how it all pans out. Sunderland at the moment have had a good start to the season. Let's see if they can sustain themselves. Do I think it's become a white elephant in the London Stadium? No, I don't think it has, because they have an anchor tenant in West Ham, and they regularly have athletic events there. And of course, now the Major League Baseball has now used the stadium for their London series, and will be returning in 2026 for their London series. So it's getting regular use, and it's got an anchor tenant. Also, I wouldn't say it's a white elephant because it is getting regular use. Is it making as much money as it could do? That's another thing. But it has an anchor tenant on the long term, and other sports other than football have used it, so I don't think it's a white elephant. I think it's doing okay. I think the Palace owner is a Well, yeah, Crystal Palace have obviously just had planning permission accepted for the redevelopment of Selhurst Park and investment in Selhurst Park to increase the capacity and improve the facilities. Um, what New Saints and Larne? Yeah, that's again positive, and again the Northern Irish League or the League of Ireland. Oh no, is it the Irish League or League of Ireland? I've done the League of Ireland, so it's the Irish League, which is the Northern Irish League. I know it's complicated. Is the clubs in Northern Ireland are the next batch of club histories that I'm going to do, and that's going to be kind of fun when we get round to doing them. I might do some of those next week actually. Some more club histories. That'd be kind of fun. Um, because what is interesting when you break down the viewership from the UK, viewership in Northern Ireland is not where I would like it to be. Um, England dominates the channel viewership when it comes to UK viewership, and there's some strong viewership in Scotland and Wales, but Northern Ireland, other than rugby union, the viewership just isn't there. Some of the club history videos, there's a bit of viewership, but overall viewership in Northern Ireland isn't where I would like it to be. So I think that would also be a reason to do some of the Northern Irish football clubs. Do I reckon Birmingham City and Wrexham will be Premier League? Birmingham City are going the wrong direction because they got relegated from the Championship last year. Wrexham going in the right direction. We'll see. It's got to be done sustainably and in the right way with the new spending rules. So it's going to be the new spending rules actually make it harder and less for clubs to be aspirational quickly. But it's got to be done sustainably and within the rules. And the new spending rules ultimately protect the big six or those that have already established themselves financially and successfully. So it sort of hinders aspirational clubs that want to take that next step. But if run properly, and if the spending rules are properly enforced, which means some of the big six or some of the wealthier clubs have to constrain their spending, we shall see. Brighton approved getting up the up up Brighton approved getting up the leagues. I think you mean. It's not about spending, but they're actually quite a well-run club though. They're very well structured, and there was a period where they did spend a bit of money in order to get there. But once they got there, they were very prudent and very well structured in getting the right players for a lot less money and stabilising things. Do I think football in Ireland will be united again? No, not for a long time. That there's a lot of politics as well that, as I say, I do try and keep off the channel. But when it came to the club histories, that was impossible. But there is a lot of politics behind the FAI and the FA of Northern Ireland. There's a lot of politics there, and it's very socially divisive. How in the NFL any team can win every season. They have a draft system, so it pays to lose for a couple of seasons and get some good draft picks, and then bounce back. And they have a thing called a salary cap, which the Premier League doesn't have, and they don't have relegation. So if you are a really bad team, you get rewarded for playing shit. Whereas in the European footballing pyramid, if you play shit, you get relegated, and your manager gets sacked a lot. You lose a lot of money. Whereas if you are in a salary cap controlled franchise based league, you can be shit for a couple of years and get top draft picks and then build a superstar roster by deliberately losing for a couple of years, which is a flawed system. But no system's perfect. There is no perfect promotion relegation system, and no system in general. So And even with a salary cap system, with a promotion relegation system, it doesn't work perfectly. And no system is perfect, and there's always, issues with every sporting league system. Always. There is no perfect league system. There is no perfect promotion system or relegation system or franchise-based system with a salary cap. The NBA, no, the Major League Baseball, for example, has a luxury tax system. Well, yeah, spending cap, but then is that a percentage of revenue, which is what they want to bring in, which is easily worked around? You need to have a very strict system. As I say, no perfect system, and it's a difficult one, but there is no perfect system at all. Um, there are some systems that work better than others because they're well established and they're very well structured, and you know, um, and there's other systems that are constantly being tweaked and changed and upgraded, and there's debates about that. Will Man City be a championship club in 5 to 10 years? We don't know what's going to happen in 5 to 10 weeks. What we do know is there are 115 charges. Their case the Premier League is bringing against them is going to be heard next month in September, and is likely to be concluded by October, November, and then we'll find out punishment. Another thing we know is Pep Guardiola is off contract at the end of the season, so a few coincidences there. The City board and the club have employed their delaying tactics for as long as they can, and yeah, I mean, the Premier League have to get this right. If they get this wrong, and the punishment's either seen as too weak or however it works out, the more damage it does, but no one wins out of this. The integrity of the sport has been damaged irreparably, in my opinion. It's dragged on too long, and the integrity of the sport, because they've been the big clubs, a handful of clubs have been calling the tune and getting away with so much stuff for so long, like your Barcelonas and your Real Madrids and your Man Cities and your Barcelona, the PSGs, for so long. Now they're starting to punish them. I think it's too little, too late. This is slightly more politics than sports, but if Northern Ireland was transferred from Westminster to Dublin, so the Republic and Northern Ireland merging together to form Ireland. No, it does. It does. It does change things politically, but that's again a discussion for the other channel. And Ireland was divided politically in the 1920s. I think 1921 was the treaty, and then you had the Irish War of Independence and the Irish Civil War. So about 1921, 1922, the borders were formalised between the Republic and the Irish Free State at the time in Northern Ireland, and the League of Ireland and the Irish League separated. Which is why 3 clubs have won the Irish League FA Cup and the League of Ireland FA Cup. And so it's around 1921-22 that Northern Ireland separated from what is now the Republic, formerly the Irish Free State. And the Irish Free State then had its civil war for a good year or so as a result of the Treaty of Separation. If political control was to go to Dublin, then Northern Ireland would be reabsorbed back into the Republic, and Ireland would be a unified political entity. Pretty much. it's a complex situation, and is not easily solved, and will never be easily solved. It may happen within our lifetimes. It may happen within a generation of our lifetimes, but it's a question that's been ongoing since the 12th century. Who is in charge of lands over the Irish Sea? Is it the Celts? Is it the Vikings? Is it the Anglo-Welsh Normans? Yeah, that's a question for the other channel. But League of Ireland is a summer league. The Irish League is in the winter, like the other football league. Yes. Why the League of Ireland decided to move to a summer league is an interesting one. But again, there's limited stadium facilities in Ireland. There's limited stadium infrastructure. So when you're having to share a stadium with, let's say, Gaelic football or rugby union as well as association football, fixturing can be difficult, especially if you've got limited infrastructure. And so it does make sort of a little bit of sense to have it as a summer league, in order to balance out the use of stadium infrastructure. Um, that's one way of looking at it. Is that I'll have to look into when the League of Ireland decided to switch from winter to summer league, but it worked for them because then you get bigger TV exposure domestically because the Gaelic football and rugby union seasons are done when they're playing. So you switch from, media domestically. RTE would be their version of the BBC, for example. So we'll use RTE as the example. Winter months, they're focusing on the GAA and rugby union when it comes to broadcast rights and broadcasting live broadcasts. And then in the summer months, you're focusing on the domestic football league. There's obviously limited, people working in the media industry in Ireland, and you've got limited, camera operators and limited staff and limited resources. So on that aspect, it works, and it also works for use of sports facilities. Just a thought. Yeah, and I think you're not clashing with the other sports. And again, Gaelic football and hurling, for example, again, a lot of politics behind the GAA, the Gaelic Athletic Association. In regards to association football, there's a lot of politics there. Always has been. Always has been. Ever since the foundation of the Irish Free State, there is politics behind it, and some of that politics is quite, noticeable and regional as well. It took a long time for a club outside Dublin to win silverware and be successful in the Republic of Ireland. And Gaelic football is a very popular sport, even though it is amateur, and I believe it will remain amateur for a very, very long time. I don't think there is any. I mean, I've broached the question. I've looked at. I've done a bit of research onto the history of it and the cultural significance of the GAA and what it means. Could it work as a professional sport? Yes. Gaelic football and hurling could work professionally. Absolutely, it could. At the same time, is there a move to professionalism? Not at the moment. Maybe never. At some point, maybe in the next 25 years, maybe that it does become a reality that the GAA sports become professional, or at least hurling and Gaelic football. But that's a debate, and that's a topic for the next generation to grapple with. But yes, no, making it a summer sport, I think they are concerned about fan attendance and fan participation, and to make it a summer sport, weather's better. It's less, obviously, it rains a lot in Ireland, and historically, and That's well known that it rains a lot in Ireland. It rains more in Ireland than the rest of Great Britain and the UK. So the playing surface holds up better, and again, facility use and maintenance of facilities. Yeah, but stadium redevelopment and who pays for sporting facilities is not just a Northern Ireland thing or an Irish thing politically. That goes for any major sporting facility. Should the local authority pay for it or have ownership, or national government or regional government, private entities? That's not just a island specific thing. Um, we've seen it obviously with the London Stadium, obviously, and is that a white elephant? We've seen it with Wembley with taxpayer money. Um, we've seen the political fallout in Liverpool with the new Docklands Stadium that Everton are building. We've seen plans submitted for a redevelopment of Old Trafford and a new stadium built, and a redevelopment of Old Trafford for the women's team and the academy teams submitted there. It's Widnes, for example, the rugby league team, the stadium, the council owns it. Oddsall with Bradford, that's a bit political with the Bradford Bulls. And then we've seen it in North America a lot. Who pays for arena or stadium developments? Look what happened to the Arizona Coyotes and why they're now in Utah. Because they couldn't get an arena built. Calgary with the Saddle Dome replacement. Again, that became very political. The Ottawa Senators with LeBreton Flats, when Eugene Melnick was still alive at the time. And now with Andlauer, the current ownership, again, discussions about a replacement or an upgrade to Canadian Tire Centre. We've seen it in Chicago with, I think, both baseball teams. It's not just a Northern Ireland or Republic of Ireland specific with Casement Park. It was the same with the spending for the Birmingham Commonwealth Games a couple of years ago. The spending on the Olympics infrastructure for 2012. A lot of who pays for what and how much public money is spent on basically what is ultimately, when it comes to professional sport, a private enterprise. Ireland has low birth rate and high immigration. Maybe that will affect the popularity of GAA. Maybe football will become more popular compared to GAA. Potentially. I mean, a lot of Gaelic football players are now looking at the AFL for employment and going over to the AFL. But a lot of it is part of the Irish culture, and a lot of immigrants have assimilated really well with Irish culture, and so therefore I don't think it's impacted the GAA as much as it's an integral part of Irish society. But a lot of Irish have emigrated and haven't kept up with the Gaelic Amateur Association sports overseas as well as they should have. And we're talking over the last 150 years since, while the GAA has been set up, and you look at the amount of Irish immigrants in Australia, in New Zealand, in Canada, in the US, in South Africa, for example. What are the national sports? Not GAA sports. You look at Canada, it's ice hockey. You look at the US. In the European wave of immigration in the early days, when the Irish were going over to the US in large numbers in the early days of colonialism, and then following it up with, I would say, up until just after the American Civil War, when the majority of Irish were flocking to the US, it was baseball. Australia, it's rugby league and Aussie rules. New Zealand and South Africa, it's rugby union. And of course, Ireland also plays cricket, and all these nations play cricket, even the US. So where's the Gaelic sports? The closest sport to Gaelic football is Aussie rules. That is the closest comparable. So the Irish that have left Dublin and Belfast and Limerick and gone over to the US and Canada, to South Africa, to Australia, to New Zealand, the closest sport to Gaelic football is Aussie rules. It's the closest sport. And there are massive, significant differences, but it's the closest sport. The closest sport to hurling, I think, would be lacrosse. And that is vastly different, with a vastly different backstory, being a Native American sport. So for all this talk of the Irish and the GAA having a massive cultural impact domestically in Ireland, it's not really had the impact with the Irish immigrant communities that have left Ireland over many, many generations and gone overseas, including to the UK. It just hasn't had that social impact. Now, people coming into Ireland do assimilate quite well. They're very, very good at people coming into Ireland, assimilating into Irish culture really, really well, and the communities, and not having the same issues in regards to assimilation into society that other countries have had with their immigrant populations. And I would have thought that a lot of people coming to Ireland would end up participating in the local community sports. We see it a lot in Australia, and especially with the AFL and rugby league. I listen to a lot of the sporting podcasts, especially rugby league ones. And what is very noticeable is a lot of the immigrants over the last 50, 100 years. When you're talking to the recently retired or active players who are in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, their parents or grandparents were the ones who came over, and they weren't rugby league or AFL Aussie rules, hadn't played it necessarily, hadn't heard of it, and the kids and the grandkids ultimately became great players. A lot of the Lebanese community. So I can see that assimilation working. Now, the future of the GAA and whether it remains popular in Ireland in the next generation, or whether it goes professional in the next generation, who knows? But you look at the immigrants going to the US, and they play the baseball. They play the baseball. They play baseball. Take up American football because they go to the high schools. Their kids go to high school, and there is a very strong sporting program through high school and the collegiate system. Irish in the United States presumably played basketball and founded the Boston Celtics. No, the reason why Boston Celtics are called the Boston Celtics is because of the Irish links to the city. It's got nothing to do with Irishmen playing basketball. It's just that Boston has a big Irish American community. Do we not push sports enough in British schools? No, I think we do. I just think outside of school, when we talk about public facilities like playing fields, open spaces and parks, we're losing a lot of our green spaces and our playing fields and our parks to development. But there is a sporting side to the curriculum, and a lot of schools do have the school football team, the school rugby team, rugby league team, cricket team, field hockey team, university. There's a decent university culture when it comes to sport, team sport, and individualistic sport. But it's not in the same cultural way like the US and Canada or Australia, for example, or New Zealand or South Africa in regards to the school teams and and the local and regional and national media really broadcasting and reporting on school or university championships. But no, there is a sporting culture within school. There always has been. more so with the private schools, but also with state education as well. Um, but there's also a huge link with the community clubs and grassroots amateurs in the various sporting pyramids. There's grassroots amateur clubs as well, have a big part to play in the amateur, semi-pro, professional structures. But the US and Canada has a very different system. Australia and New Zealand is a different system as well, and South Africa. And there's a reason why each nation is particularly good in some sports and not so good in others. And athlete development as well is noticeable. Anyway, it is getting late. I've been going now for over 4 hours. I really appreciate a lot of the questions. Before I leave, I hope you're all aware that memberships are now available. And with the memberships, there will be members only videos and potentially in the future, member only live streams. But please feel free to consider the memberships. And of course, in future live streams, if you look where the chat section is, you will see the dollar symbol. Super chats are now also available, and you can donate as much or as little as you want in regards to super chats as well. So bear that in mind. I just thought I'd mention that because some viewers may not be aware that super chats and memberships, paid memberships, are now available on the channel, which will also ultimately help the channel become self-sufficient. And the more memberships and super chats that are, the more super chats that are paid for, and the more memberships also helps the algorithm to get the channel to a wider audience, which ultimately helps the channel when it comes to the analytics and getting more views and getting to that next stage of the monetization threshold. Because we're now a YouTube partner, it's all to do with engagement and analytics. So I just thought I'd mention that because obviously the channel's reaching a wider audience now than what it was 3-4 months ago or a year ago. And we want to continue to grow the channel, and as I say, I would love to make a living off this, and without your support, it does get difficult to continue to make content. And your support is greatly appreciated. And there we go. But before I go, I think the difference between is we don't watch school sports teams. Watch professional. Thanks. I'll look into that and get set up to be able to make super chat. It's not hard. All you got to do is, as I say, if you look at the dollar symbol, and if you look at them also on the, there'll be a join button down here somewhere as well, just above the channel description bit. There's a join bit, that's for memberships. So there's a join button, and there's a super chat button in the chat, and then also below is a super thanks button as well if you want to leave a donation as well. So there's a few options to support the channel financially. Obviously the membership is a monthly thing, where you pay X amount per month. So I think I've set it at like either $1 or $2.99 a month. And that's a monthly thing. The one-off super chats and the one-off super thanks, that's a one-off payment. And you click that, you donate, and that's a one-off thing. That's not a recurring thing. And you can donate as little or as much as you want. And the memberships is a single tier thing. And you get exclusive content, and I'll make exclusive members only videos, and there may be members only live streams as well, which will keep the trolls away a little bit. I know I've got a great team of moderators, but they can only do so much, obviously. And memberships, what troll would want to pay money on a monthly basis just to get banned? So you lose all that money to get banned. I mean, what although some of them want to get their money's worth. So, but no, memberships is obviously a way to support the channel and give the channel an income, and super chats if you want to donate and get your questions seen or show your thanks that way, or super thanks is another way to donate and get your donations in. It just helps support the channel, and the ultimate goal is to get advertising revenue monetization, and so therefore less reliant on super chats and memberships. Memberships are pretty cool, and I'm looking forward to doing membership content. But anyway, that's enough from me. Thank you very much for your questions this evening. It is much appreciated. Interesting discussions, and we'll have some more content on the channel in the coming days. Keep your eyes peeled. But for me for now, thank you very much for watching. I'll have some more content for you guys very, very soon.